in America. I saw wealth. I saw power. I saw Hollywood movies. Our house had a nice telephone. In India, they didn't have telephones hardly in those days. You had to call operators. In the 1960s in America, there were beautiful highways. There was a gigantic middle class, upper class. There was very, very powerful, very, very equipped educational institutions. It was the most powerful, wealthy country in the planet. But I saw that most of the people, their lives were just like empty shells. Like people are sick in bed, and you put beautiful cosmetics on their face. Doesn't make them any happier. At least, when they look in the mirror, they think they're happier, but they're not. That's what I saw. Just a country where there's shallowness, emptiness inside, and everyone was trying to be happy by just putting a bunch of cosmetics on their faces. The cosmetics of wealth, big house, a lot of fame, being beautiful, being strong physically, athletics. I saw so much greed and so much envy and so much confusion, so much hypocrisy. I revolted against it. But then I saw the people who were revolting with me, the counterculture, the civil rights movement to a large extent. It was the same type of hypocrisy, just for a different cause. Gandhi said, be the change you want to see in the world. That's the principle of Dharma. I understood that in order for life to be meaningful and purposeful and fulfilling, if I want to contribute anything really of substance to the world, I have to learn how to love and be compassionate. And that's a spiritual journey. That's truth. Who am I? Where am I coming from? Where am I going? What's the meaning of life? What's the purpose of life? This is truth. Philosophers, scientists have been asking these questions all over the world forever, looking for truth. Not a shallow, superficial truth. I saw people who had so much, but they were suffering so bad. I don't want that. Is that what life is about? You just decorate your body. You get a big house. Then you die. Is that all life's about? We love our family, but everything's ripped away from us. Is there something more? It just so happens that every spiritual tradition that's ever existed since the beginning of time speaks about a supreme being, a soul, a purpose of life. And as I was searching for the truth, I found that people who were spiritually connected were the most peaceful, the most beautiful, the most humble, and the most transformative people on the planet. I was looking for that. The Brahma Sutra tells, Atato Brahma Jigyasa. The Vedanta Sutra is the summary essence of all the Vedas. There's 4 Vedas, there's 108 Upanishads, there's 18 Puranas, there's Mahabharata, there's Ramayana, there's Itihastas, there's so many Samhitas. But the essence of all is the Brahma Sutra. And what's the first verse of Brahma Sutra? Atato Brahma Jigyasa. Now that you are a human being, seek spiritual truth. That's the purpose of life, to find that truth. And Tesham Satata Yuktanam Bhajatam Prita Purvakam Tadami Buddha Yogam Tam Yogi. That truth is within us. And the gurus, the sages, the scriptures, they teach us how to connect with that truth that's within ourselves. So I was seeking that truth. And through my journey, I found Param Satyam Dhimahi. That the Supreme Being, in the fullest, sweetest, most inclusive, loving existence, was Krishna. Krishna has many names. The God of Christianity, the God of Judaism, the God of Islam, the God of every tradition. The Vedas tell that Buddha was an incarnation of Vishnu long before he even came to this world. So the very essence is that the Supreme Being, Parabrahman. And that Supreme Being has taken many forms and many incarnations throughout history. And I was finding that truth in various forms. It was so beautiful, so wonderful. And then somehow or other, as you said, I was stranded in Vrindavan. I was on a train to Amarnath in Kashmir going for the Amarbati Amarnath Yatra. And my train stopped, and I got out to drink some water and breathe some fresh air, and the train left without me. I couldn't get in. It was too crowded. And I was stranded in this lonely place at 5 o'clock in the morning. The day before, I was in Kashi. I had already been traveling around India for about a year. And I was finding so many pieces of truth. But what is my path? How am I going to go deep into that truth? And I was praying to Kashi Vishwanath, Lord Shiva, please show me my path. And I felt something beautiful. I felt not a voice, but just an assurance that Lord Shiva was giving me that, yes, your path will be revealed. And I was sure it was going to be at Amarnath, in that cave. But on the way, I got stranded in the station, in the dark. I didn't know where I was. I asked a sadhu who was sitting on the railway platform, where am I? He said, this is Mathura. Mathura is Krishna's birthplace, and today is Janmashtami. So he took me to the Janmastan. And I went to Vrindavan because I heard so many things about Vrindavan while I was in Mathura. I walked along the Yamuna. And after 3 days, I was going to get onto another train from Mathura to Amarnath. But the day I was going to leave, I got typhoid fever. And I couldn't walk, and I couldn't move, and I was so close to death. And I was brought to the Ramakrishna Hospital. It was a charity hospital. And my doctor's name was Krishna Gopal. he had no medicine to give me because they didn't have any money, and I was charitable ward. There was about 25 beds in one room. And they just gave me some glucose water. And the water was probably more dangerous. That's probably where I got the, I had typhoid fever. That's where I got the typhoid fever, from water. They were just mixing some glucose powder in it. But anyways, I was pretty sick, so I couldn't travel. So opportunities were there because of my choices to be seeking and yearning and learning. I was seeking God, so if you seek God, God reveals himself. Yeyatamam prapadyante. And by the time I got better, I was thinking, there is no sweeter understanding of God, no more deep and inclusive and beautiful conception of God's love and the devotee's love than the concept of Radha Krishna. So that's how it was revealed to me. And the greatest joy of life is to share Radha Krishna's love with the world. Thank you. No more questions, I hope. Thank you very much. Thank you all so very much.
Dasama Krishna Kirtan Ganana Ganapa कृष्ण कीर्तन गान नर्तन प्रभु प्रेमामृतां बनिधि धीर धीर जन प्रिय प्रिय करो पूजित श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरौ भुवि भुव भारा तारक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुगो श्री जीव गोपालक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुगो श्री जीव गोपालक कृष्ण कीर्तन गान कृष्ण कीर्तन गान नर्तन परम प्रेम वीर वीर जन प्रिय प्रिय करो पूजितम् श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरौ चैतन्य कृपा भरौ भुवि भुव मारव अंतरक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुगौ श्री जीव गोपालक विचार नहीं सद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणं त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरण करो विचार नहीं कल्पना धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणाकर विचारणैकनिपुणः तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणाकर श्री चैतन्य कृपावरौ लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणाकर विचारणैकनिपुणः तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणाकर राधा कृष्ण राधा कृष्ण पदारविन्दौ भजनामृतौ राधा कृष्ण पदारविन्दौ भजना नंदेन मत्तालिका वंदे रूप सनातनं रघुजुगौ कृष्ण कीर्तन गान नतल परौ प्रेम मनेसी वीर वीर जनप्रिय प्रेम पूजित श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरौ मारा रखौ वंदे रूप सनातनं रघुजुग वासुदेव दुच्छतसुरे सुतराज्यलक्ष्मी धन्यश्च आजवदस जगदाद रन्ना तक्वा मंडलस्नी सदा तुच्छव भूत्वा दीनगणे शतो करुणया तक्वासु मंडलपति शनि सदा तुच्छव भूत्वा दीनगणेशः करुणया कौपीनकं आश्रितौ गोपी भावरसामृताब्दलहरी गोपी भावरसामृताब्दलहरी कल्लोलमग्नं वन्दे रूप सनातनं रघुजुगौ श्रीजी भगो पालक राधे हे राधे ब्रज देविके च हे नंद सूना कुतः हे राधे ब्रज देविके चललिते हे नंद सूनकुतः श्री गोवर्धन पादपतले कालिंदी वने तः राधे ब्रज देविके चललिते हे नंद सूनकुतः श्री गोवर्धन पादपतले कालिंदी वने कुतः गोसंतापिते गोसंतापिते सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदई विह्वलौ वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुयुगौ गोसंतापिते सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदई महाविभुभलौ वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुयुगौ बालक कृष्ण कीर्तन तान नक्तन परम प्रेमामृतम महीधि धीर धीर जन प्रिय प्रियकरौ हिमांसरौ पूजितौ श्री चैतन्य कृपाभर भुवि भुव वहन तारक वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुयुग
What is that sleep yesterday you gave me? That mantra, Nishinga mantra. There was one extra mantra. Yeah, what everyone sleep is. Namaste. Namaste. Narasimhaya. Narasimhaya. Prahlada. Prahlada. Ladini. Ladini. Hiranya. Hiranya. Kasipur. Kasipur. Bhaksha. Bhaksha. Silatanka. Silatanka. Nakhalaye. Nakhalaye. Namaste. Namaste. Narasimhaya. Narasimhaya. Prahlada. Prahlada. Ladadaini. Ladadaini. Hiranya. Hiranya. Kasipur. Kasipur. Bhaksha. Bhaksha. Silatanka. Silatanka. Nakhalaye. Nakhalaye. Namaste. Namaste. Narasimhaya. Narasimhaya. Prahlada. Prahlada. Ladadaini. Ladadaini. Hiranya. Hiranya. Kasipur. Kasipur. Bhaksha. Bhaksha. Silatanka. Silatanka. Nakhalaye. Nakhalaye. Ito nisinga parat. Paratu nisinga. Yatu yatu yami tato nisinga. Bahir nisinga. Hridayi nisinga. Nisinga madhyam. Kesabadhrita narahari rupa. Jaya jagadisha hari. Jaya jagadisha hari. Jaya jagadisha hari. Again repeat the first month. Namaste Narasimhaya Prahlada Ladadaini Hiranya Kasipur Bhaksha Silatanka Nakhalaye Ito Nisinga Parato Nisinga Jato Jato Yami Tato Nisinga Bahir Nisingho Hridaye Nisingha Nisinghamadhim Saranam Prabhate Tava kara kamala varena kama singham dalita hiranyakashipu tana ringam kesavadrita narahari rupa jaya jagadisha hari jaya jagadisha hari jaya jagadisha hari. The first one again. Namaste Narasimhaya Prahladaladadaini Hiranyakashipurbhaksha Silatanka Nakhalai. The meaning of this mantra, that I offer my humble obeisances to Lord Nrsimha, who is the source of bliss to Prahlada. But Hiranyakashipu Bhaksha, his father Hiranyakashipu, on his chest, the nails of his finger is just like chisel cutting the stone. The same personality of Godhead is Prahlada Alladadain. Allada means pleasure. For Prahlad, Prakishtarupena Allada, Prahlad. A devotee is, being always in Krishna consciousness, naturally is in blissfulness. And still more when he meets or associates with his Lord, still more blissfulness. That is the position of the theist devotee. Whereas the atheist non-devotee is always feeling like a strike of the chisel, like what is called stone cutting chisel, nakhalai, simply by the nails of his finger. All. परम करुणा बहु दुई जन परम करुणा बहु दुई जन परम करुणा बहु दुई जन निताई गौरा चंद्र परम करुणा परम करुणा पहुदोई जना निताई गौरचंद्र परम करुणा पहुदोई जना निताई गौरचंद्र सब अवतार सार शिरोमणि केवल आनंद कंदा परम करुणा पहुदे जना निताई गौरचंद्र सब अवतार सार शिरोमणि केवल आनंद कंद अवतारेर शिरोमणि सब अवतारेर शिरोमणि निताई गौरचंद्र यामर सब अवतारेर शिरोमणि निताई गौरचंद्र यामर सब अवतारेर शिरोमणि परम करुणा पहुदय जना निताई गौरचंद्र अरे सब अवतार सार शिरोमणि केवल आनंद कंद भज भज भाई चैतन्य निताई सुधीर विशास कोनी भज भज भाई चैतन्य निताई सुधीर विश्वास करी विषय छाड़िया अरे विषय छाड़िया तेरा से मजिया मुखे बोलो हरि हरि विषय छाड़िया तेरा से मजिया मुखे बोलो हरि हरि परम करुणा पहुदय जना निताई गौरचंद्र अरे सब अवतार सार शिरोमणि केवल आनंद कंद अरे सब अवतार सार शिरोमणि केवल आनंद कंद परम करुणा पहुदय जना निताई गौरचंद्र finish
Yeah. अरे सब अवतार हरे शिरोमणि दयानंद सब अवतार हरे शिरोमणि दयानंद परम करुणा बहुत जना निताई गौरचंद्र परम करुणा बहुत जना निताई गौरचंद्र सब अवतार सारे शिरोमणि सब अवतार सारे शिरोमणि केवल आनंद कंद सब अवतार सारे शिरोमणि केवल आनंद कंद परम करुणा बहुत जना निताई गौरचंद्र कामयाब তারের শিরোমণি তবে তারের শিরোমণি নিতাই গৌর চন্দ্রায়ামা রময়াবতারে শ্রীরামণি নিতাই গৌর চন্দ্রায়ামতারে শ্রীরামণি পরম করুণা বহুদুই জন নিতাই গৌর চন্দ্র পরম করুণা বহুদুই জন নিতাই গৌর চন্দ্র নবয়াবতার শিরোমণি কেবল আনন্দ ভজ ভজ ভাই চৈতন্য নিতাই সুধীর বিশ্বাস করি ভজ ভজ ভাই চৈতন্য নিতাই ভজ ভজ ভাই চৈতন্য নিতাই সুধীর বিশ্বাস করি রে বিষয় ছাড়িয়া বিষয় ছাড়িয়া রাস মজিয়া মুখে বল হরি হরি বিষয় ছাড়িয়া রাস মজিয়া মুখে বল হরি হরি পরম করুণা বহুতুই জন নিতাই গৌর চন্দ্র একবার হরি বল ভাই একবার হরি বল ভাই বিষয়ে কথা ছেড়ে দিয়ে একবার হরি বল ভাই বিষয় ছাড়িয়ে সেরা সে মজিয়া মুখে বল হরি হরি বিষয় ছাড়িয়া সেরা সে মজিয়া মুখে বল হরি হরি রে বিষয় ছাড়িয়া সেরা সে মজিয়া মুখে বল হরি হরি পরম করুণা বহুদুই জন নিতাই গৌর চন্দ্র পরম করুণা বহুদুই জন নিতাই গৌর চন্দ্র ও ভাই দেখো দেখো ভাই ত্রিভুবনে নাই এমন দয়াল দাতা দেখো দেখো ভাই বলে নাই এমন দয়াল দাতা। ওরে পশু পাখি ঝুরে পাষাণ বিদরে শুনি যার গুণ গাথা। পশু পাখি ঝুরে পশু পাখি ঝুরে পাষাণ বিদরে শুনি যার গুণ গাথা। আমার হৃদয়ে পাষাণ গল না কো, আমার হৃদয়ে পাষাণ গল না কো। পাষাণ হলে বলে যেত আমার হৃদয়ে পাষাণ গল না কো। রাম করুণা বহুদী জন নিতাই গৌর চন্দ্র। পারম করুণা বহুদী জন নিতাই গৌর চন্দ্র। अरे सब अवतार तारे शिरोमणि केवल आनंद कंद। राम सिंह बराह कूर्म सकल अवतारेर श्री। राम सिंह बराह कूर्म सकल अवतारेर अवतारी। निताई गौर चंद्रयाम अवतारेर अवतारी। निताई गौर चंद्र अवतारेर अवतारी। राम सिंह बराह अवतार अवतारी। राम सिंह बराह अवतारेर अवतारी। परम करुणा बहुदী জন निताई गौर चंद्र। राम करुणा बहुदী জন निताई गौर चंद्र। বিষয় মজিয়া রহিলি ভুলিয়া সে পদে নহিন আস। হরে বিষয় ভুলিয়া রহিলি মজিয়া से पदे नहीं आसन। अपन कर्म जाए समन कहे लोचन दास। अपन कर्म जाए समन कहे लोचन दास। आपन कारम भूंजायाम पन करम भूंजाए समन कहाए लोचन दास परम करुण बहुत जन निताई मूर चंद्र वे परम करुण बहुत जन निताई गौर चंद्र सब अवतार सार शिरोमणि केवल नंद कंद रे सब अवतार सार शिरोमणि केवल नंद कंद परम करुण बहुत जन निताई गौर चंद्र
भजामि गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं
Haribo. श्री हरिनाम संकीर्तन की जय। श्री राधा कालाचंद जी भगवान की जय। श्री जगन्नाथ बल्ले सुभद्रा मैया की जय। श्री गौर निताई भगवान की जय। हिज डिवाइन ग्रेस एसी भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी श्री प्रभुपाद की जय। हिज होलिनेस राधानाथ स्वामी महाराज की जय। हरे कृष्णा। Welcome dear devotees for the 73rd Vyas Puja celebration for His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj. As you all know, Maharaj was born in 1950, 7th December. It was a Thursday, if I'm not mistaken, in Chicago. And this is his 73rd birthday. It's being celebrated all over the world by different devotees, different disciples. This is our DFW edition, the North Texas edition of offering our deepest gratitude, our appreciation, our inspiration, whatever we can gain from His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj. So this is our humble attempt to come together as devotees, as disciples, as a larger God family of devotees who are trying to, in everybody's way, we are trying to serve Prabhupada. So this is an attempt to churn the pot. This is an attempt for all of us to come together and be inspired with the nectar, as more and more, I'm sure there are devotees online. That's the reason they asked us to be here and not there. That's our regular spot. But to be online, we are going to be at this spot, and we'll request devotees to come forward and maybe occupy the chair or however you want. But that's what we're going to do. As more devotees come through, we will give devotees the opportunity to share, and very sincerely request that devotees feel free to share your heart, because that is what we are here to hear. We want to feel inspired with your sincere dedication, and whatever you feel inspired with Maharaj, that's what we want to hear. So that's what we're going to do. It's a combined the idea is it's a combined responsibility, as I was sharing, for all of us to come together and churn the pot. Everybody has a ladle in hand, so make sure you do your best to churn the pot. So by the end of the next 2 hours, we should all go out feeling so inspired in our spiritual practices, to be able to serve the Vaishnavas, to serve Guru and serve Sri Radha Kalachandji. So that is the idea. So I'm going to start. I'm going to request His Grace Jai Gaurang Prabhuji, one of our most senior-most God brothers from the congregation, to share a few and get us kick-started, on this journey of Maharaj's glories and pastimes. Thank you, Prabhuji. Oh.
Hare Krishna, Haribol. So dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet, and all the Vaishnavas, please accept my obeisances at your lotus feet. So I would like in my offering to focus on the theme of Maharaj's sincere seeking for the truth. At a young age, as we know, he was invited to go to Europe by a friend, and that friend that was going to sponsor his trip got robbed the day after. And he told Maharaj and Maharaj's friend that I'm going back. I have no money, I'm going back. So Maharaj, along with his friend Gary, they kept staying in Europe and were searching. They were hitchhiking and going to churches and temples and asking people, what's the essence of life. And they ended up, long story short, in Greece. And Maharaj was meditating in a cave. And his friend Gary was meditating at the seaside. And at night, they would come together and share their realizations. And after a week of this, Maharaj said it was the most beautiful sunset that he has ever seen in his life. He heard a voice, and that voice said 3 words: go to India. And his friend came back, and they were sharing their realizations. Maharaj said, what did you hear? And Maharaj said, his friend Gary said, I heard 3 words also: go to Israel. But Maharaj said that he feels deep within his heart that that was the voice of God. And as we heard this morning in your lecture, Maharaj, that when you entered India, you never felt more at home, and that you felt like you were being embraced by your mother. So while in India, the same sincere seeking went on. You went from teacher to teacher, seeking the essence of spirituality. And in that sincere seek for truth, you were on a train on your way to a temple, a Shiva temple, and the train was so packed with people that it stopped at a station and you got off just to breathe and get some water. And when you went to get back on the train, there was no space. It was crowded. It was so overly crowded, and the train left the station, and you were there at the station, and you looked and saw a sadhu on the station, as you said in your class this morning. And then you asked, where am I? And the sadhu said, it is Mathura. and it's Janmashtami, Krishna's birthday. And he brought you to the Jambastan, the birthplace of Lord Krishna. And from there you went to Vrindavan and had many realizations that the culmination of your seeking for the essence of spirituality ended in Vrindavan, or started in Vrindavan. And while you were in Vrindavan, you had heard that Srila Prabhupada was there with his devotees. And you went to get his darshan, and Prabhupada was giving class and just started to sing Radha Madhava. And you paid your obeisances, and just hearing Srila Prabhupada's voice singing the glories of Krishna, you felt within your heart that this person is my eternal spiritual master, and it filled you with so much inspiration that you wanted to surrender your life to his divine grace. And that's what you did. And during that stay in Vrindavan, hearing Srila Prabhupada sing, understanding that you had found your guru, understanding that you have found the culmination in all spiritual goals, Vrindavan, and love for and service to Radha and Krishna, and service to his devotees, you had vowed never to leave Vrindavan, right? We all have heard Maharaj say that while he was in Vrindavan, he vowed, I'll never leave Vrindavan. And the devotees, Prabhupada's disciples, they were saying, oh, you're like a sadhu, you're so accustomed to being in India, you should serve Srila Prabhupada while he travels in India. And you didn't want to disobey the request of the devotees, but within your heart you had already vowed to never leave Vrindavan. And feeling tossed between the two things, Prabhupada was getting ready to leave Vrindavan, and all the devotees were seeing him off. And you paid your obeisances to Srila Prabhupada, and in your mind you were thinking, I'll pay my obeisances and wait for Prabhupada to get in the car and make my prayers, and when I hear the car go off, then I'll get up. But as you were paying your obeisances, you didn't hear any more footsteps, and you felt Prabhupada was right there. So you got up from your obeisances, looking up. Prabhupada was standing right above you, and you looked into his lotus face and into his eyes, and Prabhupada looked deep into your eyes, and you said that he touched your soul with his glance. And looking in deep into your eyes, he said, Vrindavan is so nice, isn't it? And then took his chadar, threw it over his shoulder, and got in the car and left. And you expressed that Prabhupada spoke unlimited instructions through his glance at that time. And one of the things you shared with us was that Prabhupada said that devotional service is non-different from Vrindavan, and that to give Vrindavan to others is the meaning of being in Vrindavan, that Vrindavan is a state of devotional service and consciousness. So that was transmitted to you by Prabhupada's glance and that small sentence that he said, Vrindavan is so nice. And then a few days later, a sadhu told you that your guru, Srila Prabhupada, has created the new Vrindavan in America, in the West. So you decided, let me go and serve in New Vrindavan. So it won't be breaking my vow. I'm going, the sadhu said, it's non-different. This new Vrindavan is non-different from Vrindavan. So that's what you did. And this is following in the footsteps of your beloved Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada was living in Vrindavan, and his spiritual master, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, said that you should spread the teachings of Lord Chaitanya in the Western world. So Prabhupada left Vrindavan to give Vrindavan to the world. So as a chaste or dedicated disciple that you are, you left Vrindavan, so to speak, externally in one sense, to give Vrindavan. So you left this to give the spiritual world to the material world, or to all the souls in the material world. And the disciples, your disciples, are trying to follow in your mood. of creating a Vrindavan by their devotional consciousness. And as we see the nice decorations here, we're in Vrindavan. Nikunjayu no ratikeli siddhai ayali biyuktidapekshaniya Tachati daksha dati valabhasya vande guru shri charanada vindam. So the spiritual master is making tasteful arrangements eternally for the divine pleasure of Radha Kalachandji. And the devotees, we are praying that we may follow in your footsteps as you're following in Prabhupada's footsteps and assist you in giving Vrindavan, giving devotional service to the world. So all glories to you on your Vyas Puja day, and thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. His Grace Jai Gaurang Prabhu ki Jai. Thank you so much, Prabhuji, for giving us a wonderful consciousness of how Maharaj left the US, went to Vrindavan, and then came back and gave Vrindavan to so many. So it's wonderful to hear that. As Prabhuji was speaking, I just was trying to remember some of the wonderful, in his book, and obviously we owe His Holiness Tamal Krishna Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj a ton of gratitude, because of Tamal Krishna Maharaj's request, His Holiness decided to write his biography. Otherwise, he's a very, for whatever we know, he's very shy to speak about himself. When he was with Radha Gopinath congregation for almost like 15-20 years, he would very sparingly speak about his past life, of all the trials and tribulations he's been through. But through the book, The Journey Home, the disciples and the world over got to know the amazing journey that he had gone through. And Prabhuji just shared an excerpt from it. So thank you for that, Prabhuji. So we will continue to share more and more glories, especially in Maharaj's own words, from the book, The Journey Home also. I think that's going to help us build the mood further. So we'll continue with our journey. Manjari Gopika Mataji, would you like to come and share? And Rasika, you want to join?
Krishna. Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna. On the celebration of your appearance day, I am very grateful to have the opportunity to share my heart. I vividly recall the moment when I humbly requested you to accept me as your disciple in your quarters in Mumbai. For a moment, a solemnity hung in the air, and then, like the gentle unveiling of the dawn, a radiant smile spread across your face. You replied, "I would jump over the moon planet for you." As you have graciously promised to jump over the moon planet for me, my heart dances in eternal gratitude for your boundless love and spiritual guidance. I grew up Catholic in a loving family and have a close relationship with my father. Yet somehow I have always struggled to understand how God, our eternal Father Krishna, loves me. I don't know how to feel it, how to accept it, and certainly not how to repay it. I am most grateful to you, Guru Maharaj, for showering me with Krishna and Srila Prabhupada's love and mercy. In your presence, I experience a pure love that is tangible and relatable, one that fills my heart with warmth and joy. I have shared numerous intimate moments with you. I am so fortunate. And in all of them, you have treated me like your favorite daughter, beaming with love and pride, despite having thousands of such daughters, interacting with me playfully and affectionately. You always tell me, "I am so happy to see you." And more than once, "I am so proud of you." I remember once at Bhakti Center, I was all alone in the temple room making garlands. You came in And we were both surprised to see each other. I didn't expect you to come there, and you didn't expect me to be there. You greeted me warmly, and then you sat down next to me. I offered you a cushion, and you said, "No need." And then you asked me whose garland I was making. When I replied that I was making the garland for Varaha Narasimha Shaligram Shila, your eyes became wide, and you said, "Really?" And I discussed with you how next I was going to make Srila Prabhupada's garland. And then we sat in silence for some time, a peaceful silence. Eventually you got up to leave, and just as you got to the temple door, you turned back to me and said, "Krishna is very pleased that you are here." I said, "Oh, I hope so." And you again said, "He is." With each interaction, Guru Maharaj, you unveil the essence of Krishna's love, making it tangible and accessible to my heart. It is through this intimate connection that I gain insight into the nature of Lord Krishna's love for us and its transformative power. Your causeless mercy and love provide me with a sense of fulfillment and purpose. Happy Appearance Day, dear Guru Maharaj. May the radiance of your divine presence continue to illuminate the paths of countless souls, just as the sun graciously shares its life with the world. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Mataji. Hari Bol. His Grace Manjari Gopika Mataji ki jai. Thank you, Mataji, for sharing. Always inspiring to hear how Guru Maharaj is so personal with every disciple. Whatever opportunities we get to be in front of him, he makes each and every one of us feel so special and so loved and cared for. And that's what the quality of a guru is, to make us feel so loved and cared. Because Guru is the manifestation of Krishna's love. We won't be able to experience how much Krishna loves us till we have personalities like these empowered by Krishna to help us understand. So we are always very grateful to Guru Maharaj for giving us that love whenever we get an opportunity to receive it. So we would like to continue. Anybody would like to come forward? I see Tulsi Priya Mataji is still writing her offering, so I'll wait for Nandini Mataji. Would you like to share some words? Mataji, would you like to? Oh, sorry, I'm asking Nandini Mataji. I'm just checking if you would like to come and share some. Yeah, we have time, so thank you.
Jai, His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj, Vyasapuja ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. So, Tulsi Saki, you should be here. Prabhu. So, Jagaranga elaborated so beautifully about His Holiness' journey home, and it was one of those books that you cried, you laughed. It just really touched your soul, and I gifted that book to many, many people. And it was their introduction to how blissful Krishna conscious is in real life, with the challenges, the struggles, the search. So it was a book that really touched my heart. And His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj is just touched my heart. I'm not his disciple, but he's touched the heart of many, many, many all over the planet, from the topmost, highest executives down to the street sweeper. He sees with equal vision. And when we were in Denver, I know you all remember that he visited the temple, went to this amazing yoga studio that these devotees, these beautiful devotees, arranged for him. And it was packed in that yoga studio. It was so glorious. And he shared so many deep and wonderful things, touched the heart of everyone in that room. And he always was so kind to me and always greeted me with the most affection. And maybe it's because he had so much affection for my spiritual master, Tamal Krishna Maharaj. You may recall in Janmashtami in Shivaram Maharaj's ashram temple how they were just dancing together. Tamal Krishna, our spiritual master, dancing and twirling together. And that vision always remains in my heart. One of the things in his lecture this morning he really stressed was sadachar, to act in Krishna consciousness. Not only sadhu sangha, guru, sadhu, and shastra, but sadachar, to act in with what you've learned, with what we read, what we hear. And so that is my constant prayer, to act in Krishna consciousness and follow his instructions always, and to be affectionate to everyone, devotees and everyone, because Krishna sits in the heart of every single soul. So, but just reading the Bhagavatam again about the appearance of Kali and how Maharaj Parikshit was such a great soul, ready to slay the Shudra who was dressed as a king, but yet he surrendered under Maharaj Parikshit. And that is the compassion of a pure devotee, a Mahabhagavat, that once you surrender, you get the mercy. So that's my constant prayer, to surrender more and more and receive the mercy of you all and great souls like His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj. Hare Krishna. Happy Vyasa Puja Maharaj.
Hare Krishna. Grace Nandini Mataji ki jai. Thank you so much, Mataji, for sharing your sincere appreciation of Guru Maharaj and helping us stay, dedicated to the instructions of Guru. As more and more devotees prepare to speak, I'll just try to share a few things which I'm sure inspires all of us. As we know, one of the very outstanding qualities of His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj has been his humility. He's so unassuming, so simple, and something that struck me from the book, The Journey Home, when he revealed, as a 6-year-old boy, 7-year-old boy, one of the traits he had was that he would feel very embarrassed to see or experience him having something better than others, which is such a different quality from what we have, right? Usually when we see ourselves having something better than others, we feel pride, or if we see others having something better than us, we feel envy. So we're always toggled between pride and envy. But it was the exact opposite for Maharaj, even at a young age of 6-7 years. And he shares how he would, if his parents got him new clothes, he would ask his mother to wash them 4 to 5 times before he would feel comfortable wearing it, because he wanted to feel it's not a new clothes. The shoes also, he would say, he has mentioned in the book that if he would get new shoes, he would first scrape it with stones so that it looks old and then he can wear them. So that was his consciousness right from that age. And same with so many incidences he's mentioned, he revealed in the book, he would never like to sit on a chair. It is famous by now how at that age, and he explains that it used to be a situation of embarrassment for his parents when they would go out on the restaurant or some place. Even there, he would not sit on the chair, and he would actually stand and eat. So he had that, maybe from obviously a pure soul from a previous life, no attachment to anything. So such small incidents just help us understand that he was already on the journey. It's only for, Prabhupada selected those few souls who would further Prabhupada's mercy to all of us. And that was all by divine grace, by the divine plan of their lordships, that we have such personalities still walking on the planet Earth. so we can continue to feel inspired by Maharaj. So I mean, just wanted to share that his humility is like it's he didn't build it. Like for us, we are in the process of cultivating that humility, through our sadhana. But for some personalities, it was already there. So that's something which we can all contemplate on. Tulsi Priya Mataji would like to come forward and share something.
Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to your ever-inspiring and encouraging self. Guru Maharaj, you are spiritually so strong. I want to focus on that quality of yours today. But in your interactions, you don't project your spiritual strength, because a show of strength would cultivate fear. Instead, just like a mother transforms her blood to milk, you transform your spiritual strength into your love for us. We, your children, feel nourished under that love and feel gratitude for your love, and in turn gain strength and conviction in our spiritual journey. This year, when you came home, you complimented me and said, Tulsi Sakhi, you have a nice home. I tried to outsmart you and said, Guru Maharaj, it is yours. You nodded your head, and after a moment, you said, it is ours. With that, Guru Maharaj, you've given me the instruction for the rest of my life to try to make my home something that is worthy of being called as being yours as well. Guru Maharaj, this year I'm feeling the need to reset. Just like you said in the class in the morning, my spiritual life is feeling a little bit like an empty shell. I look back to my early years in Krishna consciousness, and I feel I've moved so far from the basics. I'm hoping and praying that I'm able to attend the morning program more regularly and study Srila Prabhupada's books under the guidance of devotees. Thank you so much for this wonderful God family you have created for me. God brothers, God sisters, cousins, uncles, aunts. Each and every one of them give me so much strength and inspiration. Your servant, Tulsi Sakhi.
Hare Krishna. His Grace Tulsi Mataji ki jai. Thank you so much, Mataji. Thank you for your heartfelt sharing of with the exchanges you had with Maharaj. So, I was told that this mic is giving static online, so hopefully it's better now. So, as we continue to churn the pot, just a few things I thought I'll share as more devotees prepare to speak. Another quality that we, the disciples of His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj, aspire to imbibe from him is his the way he has the love and respect for his god brothers. We've seen it time and over again through so many years. I had the fortune of being in Radha Gopinath temple from 98 to 2004 for 6 years. And I would see how when disciples of Prabhupada, his god brothers, god sisters would come to the temple, the way he would effusively praise, because we wouldn't know much about many of them, and his sincere, heartfelt appreciation of his god brothers was so very rare to see. I mean, very rare to see this kind of affection. Forget in the material world, of course, in the spiritual world we have it, but it was so touching the way he would. And I haven't seen, one of the observations I had was Radha Gopinath temple in Chowpatty, which was his, the manifestation of his love and efforts for Prabhupada, always had a Vyasasan which was much wider. So I haven't seen a Vyasasan, any temple where the Vyasasan is like this big. And that was Maharaj's desire that if anybody comes, that person should always sit on the Vyasasan with him. And I recently saw one YouTube video where, very rare, now he doesn't even allow this type of Vyas Puja ceremonies, but many years ago there was a Vyas Puja arranged for him in Bombay. Many thousands of disciples, and His Holiness Bhakti Charu Maharaj, he actually came, he just showed up, and that was captured on the camera. And then Maharaj was like, he insisted that Bhakti Charu Maharaj sits with him, and Bhakti Charu Maharaj insisted that he speaks about Guru Maharaj. And he spoke for a very short time, like 10 minutes, but while he was speaking, I was observing Maharaj's, how he was feeling. He was like feeling so awkward that some of his god brothers are effusively praising him. And it was like, I felt as if he would have liked to disappear or, just disappear from that place. That was his consciousness. And I even recollect when Maharaj came to Dallas, he was giving that for just few, I think, months ago, when he offered initiations to some fortunate souls here. He was giving the Bhagavatam class, and His Holiness Ritadhwaj Maharaj came in, and so many other of his god brothers. So every time they came in, he would just step out of the Vyasasan and offer his obeisances. When you're giving a class and you're representing Vyasadeva, it is okay not to follow those protocols, but he would just, I've seen that, always step out and offer his obeisances to his god brothers. And one more thing just from my side to share is, he doesn't like him being treated any better than his god brothers and god sisters. It is very natural for his disciples to do something special for him when he's around, but he will always chastise, or he feels happier if he sees that his disciples are doing better service to his god brothers, whoever is with him. And like last time he came, His Grace Jananivas Prabhuji was here, and I got a chance to offer some breakfast, serving breakfast for Maharaj. And Jananivas Prabhu was there, and Maharaj was there in Rasraj Prabhu's house, and they were sitting side by side on the table, and every time we tried to serve him first, he was like, first serve Jananivas Prabhuji. And one thing I noticed that was very interesting is, every time Jananivas Prabhu said, that's enough, I don't want anything from that, he would also say no after that. So he was just making sure that he would eat only as much as his god brothers would. That was something very unique and very inspiring that I saw. To the extent he goes to serve and please his god brothers and god, something for all of us to emulate. So hopefully we can try to be 1% of that quality for what Maharaj has. So Srinivasacharya Prabhu, would you like to come and speak? Sorry, I'm picking on you, but please share some heartfelt thoughts from your side.
Hare Krishna. वाञ्छाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपासिन्धुभ्य एव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः. अनंतकोटि वैष्णव वृंद की जय. हिज होलीनेस राधानाथ स्वामी महाराज की जय. Dear Guru Maharaj, happy Vyas Puja Mahotsav for all of us. And I haven't prepared much, but one thing I have realized, dear Guru Maharaj, that I shamelessly claim myself to be your disciple. Totally, completely, totally unworthful I am. And I'm the most insignificant person. tons and tons of lust is there in my heart, Guru Maharaj. So much of greed, so much of anarthas. I'm still struggling hard for name, fame, money, everything, Maharaj. In one sense, actually, I'm vexed with my materialistic pursuits. But, dear Guru Maharaj, you are the ocean of mercy. And I'm struggling in the Bhavasagara, the ocean of material existence. My dear Guru Maharaj, if a droplet of the ocean of mercy of Your Holiness pours into the Bhavasagara of my material existence in the form of Krishna Katha, I may get purified. So on this special occasion of this day, I'm actually sincerely begging to seek a boon from Your Holiness, that this year I exclusively focus more on the Krishna Katha and the instructions that come from Your lotus mouth. Guru Mukha Padma Vakya. Let me make that as my specific deliberate attempt to focus on this, on Your instructions in Krishna Katha, and let that mercy of Your Holiness purify my existence this year. Thank you, Guru Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji. Thank you so much. Srinivas Acharya Prabhu, you represented all of us in the prayers, the way we need our hearts to be purified. Thank you so much, Prabhu. So, I just thought I'll share a few more anecdotes or one-liners. I mean, so many of Maharaj's disciples have taken efforts to come together to bring out some nectar, as they call it, the nectar stream. So I'll just read a few, and then we can have more devotees come forward to speak. Some things that always inspires, whenever we hear Prabhupada or his disciples, there's so much of realization that comes through from their Vani, from their classes, and of course their achar also, their behavior. So some of the things just to share for us to keep that mood. This is about being a disciple, some things that Maharaj has spoken through his classes. One of it is, sincerity in sadhana and eagerness to serve is the basis of one's relationship with spiritual master. So something very, I'll repeat, sincerity in sadhana and eagerness to serve is the basis of one's relationship with spiritual master. And this is something which I found very interesting. Even when we are executing the order of the Guru, if we are not pleasing the devotees, then it will not please the Guru. So something very important for, even when we are executing the order of the Guru, if we are not pleasing devotees, then it will not please the Guru. So something very important for all of us to remember as we execute our services. One more thing before we move on. This is about forgiveness. Maharaj has mentioned in one of his classes that a Vaishnava forgives the offender even before the offense is over. So that's also something very, it's a state of consciousness, but something for us to aspire for. So I just wanted to share that. Rajendra Sud Prabhu, would you like to please come forward and share?
Hare Krishna. So, whenever I saw Maharaj only a couple of times, I didn't get a much chance to interact, only like few times. But I never discussed with him any personally. But I always used to hear his lectures and the inspirations from the books, Journey Home and all these books. I always feel that like how the Maharaj is able to manage so much of traveling and so much of simplicity. And mainly, I like mainly like his main concentration of the points is simplicity, honesty, humility, and unity in diversity. So these are the main things, like especially like Maharaj concentrate, if you see recent lectures, unity in diversity. I used to think, actually, like why Maharaj was concentrating on so much, but when we see across, like when we see all our situations here or anywhere, so that is very important actually, unity in diversity and humility and service. So as Shankararanya Prabhu was reading the quotes, I was concentrating on the humility and service. Like Maharaj concentrated on so much. And he always, when I attended Yatra 2017, I was really surprised. I was volunteering for the like a cut-up service in the Yatra in Mayapur. And I saw Maharaj was mixing like one, like cooking in the cooking. I was really surprised, like to see like, okay, it's a big pot and he was like mixing, like Gaurang Prabhu was putting the things and Maharaj was mixing it. And Maharaj was so busy and still he makes a time to, and after that he went around in the kitchen, each and every one in the Yatra, and he spoke to most of the people saying that, hey, how are you doing? Like some type of conversation. And after that later, like when I was asking God brothers, senior God brothers, they're saying, Maharaj doesn't even have time to sleep much actually, but still he comes there and he meets everyone and he does the service personally. Then next day, to my surprise, like Prabhupada offerings was going on, like Prabhupada appearance day was there and everybody was cooking in Mayapur. What they did was they arranged in a place and you tell what you want to cook, then they will provide the ingredients and you need to make your stove with it's not like gas stove or something, it's like with the wood sticks, you have to make that and cook, you can cook. So we were thinking, okay, we were helping other people, other devotees, and my wife wants to cook. Then I was there. I was surprised to see Maharaj also got one spot, and he went and he got all the items he want, and he cooked by himself, and he didn't allow any disciple or anyone to help him. At least, hey, this item is missing. No, he didn't. He is going and getting from the table where they are giving. I was so surprised, like, so he cooked and gave the offering, saying that, okay, this is my like preparation, and I was so touched and so surprised in that restless time also, like he's doing whatever needs to be done. And as Shankararanya Prabhu was sharing, and he always says that, even I had the similar experience in Seattle when I was getting initiated, I got a chance to serve Maharaj, and Harivilas Maharaj was there along with him to have the breakfast and lunch. So he always says that, like, whenever we, as Shankararanya said, we try to put Maharaj first, Guru Maharaj first. Like he says, no, first serve them, then like later serve. So all these things, like especially like by seeing by example and seeing all these things and whatever the lectures we hear him, but still I feel that why my heart is still not cleansed, or like my heart is not still into that state. Actually, still I have so many anardas. Like that's why, like I always pray to Guru Maharaj and Prabhupada and all the senior God brothers and all disciples of ISKCON, senior disciples. And Radha Kalachandji too also, like I always pray to the Lord saying that, hey, please give me some, like, try to remove the anartha so that I can serve better to all the like devotees. So that's why, like Maharaj, I always remember, like serving is so important. That's why I always used to, my time, most of the time I wanted to serve the devotees, like any chance, like whatever the chance. That's why, like I took it that as a, so that I can get purify myself, like, and remove my anartha so that I can progress in my spiritual journey. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Prabhuji. Hari Bol. Thank you, Prabhu, for taking that instruction, because the amount of services you do here, we wonder what we would do without it. So, thank you. Very well, thank you. All right, so we'll continue. As more devotees prepare to speak, I'll just fill in for others to be able to get ready. A few more anecdotes which I think will be inspiring to all of us here. This is regarding, let's go with service. Two, I would say, I'll just read two. This is something which I think by now everybody knows. Very famous statement Maharaj made is, we should not be attached to the service but to the spirit of service. So it doesn't matter what service you get, how you serve is important. And I remember some of the brahmacharis initially, when I would interact with them, they would share how Maharaj would come even in the kitchen or wherever the brahmacharis are washing the pots. He would go and show them how you do that service also. Even the smallest of specks of the dirt, he would show how to remove that. So it's the service attitude, it's the spirit of service that counts. It doesn't matter what service we are doing. So that's something which Maharaj mentioned. Also, another I think very important statement from one of his classes was, the more you make advancement in Krishna consciousness, the more you need to strengthen your service attitude in order to bear the weight of it. So it's like a very deep statement that if you as you advance in your Krishna consciousness, you have to strengthen your service attitude so that you can bear the weight, because obviously Maya is strong. She is right besides us till our last breath to try to take us away from Krishna. So it's important to strengthen that humble service attitude. So something we need to all remember. Just Mataji, would you like to come forward and share make an offering to Maharaj? Yourself? Yeah. Oh, you lost your voice. You can speak in sign language. It's okay. Hemant Pro, you want to share some? Please come.
Hare Krishna. First of all, I'm not qualified at all to come and share here or talk about anything, but would love to share my gratitude towards whatever shelter I got from Maharaj for last more than 12-13 years. Some of the Shiksha Gurus are here. One of this is Shankaranya Prabhu also. And Vrindapati Prabhu, His Grace Jagannath Pri Prabhu. Through their mercy or through their help, I could come to this path. Otherwise, my lifestyle was entirely different, Guru Maharaj. Not at all qualified to be part of this congregation itself. One of the great things which I liked and got inspired by Maharaj is very Vistrut, very large or bigger kind of thinking and experience he gave. Normally, as a neophyte earlier, many times there was a restriction on particular things, but Maharaja himself, through his actions, taught many things. One example is we had a Ganesha Puja at our place, and somehow some of the devotees, they were not even paying obeisances to the Ganesha. And I was under the mood that, okay, this may be the normal thing, not to do that. But when one of the videos, Maharaja, and one of the lectures also it was mentioned, he went to one of the temples in Dakshin Bharat, South India. And Maharaj, very first, when he went to the temple, he offered his complete dandavat and obeisances to Ganesha. And he mentioned like, he is in the service of Lord, and he is a son of the biggest Vaishnava, Shiva. So I have to offer that obeisances. So that really gave kind of humbleness and the clarity of concept. Apart from that, there was one more incidence where there were other sampradayas. Normally it is being, I have observed like other sampradayas, whenever they are, we don't get involved, or we don't, not all the times, but very few times I have seen like not the utmost respect is being shown there. Same Vaishnava Sampradaya, but it was not shown. And it was hurting me somehow earlier. But one of his visit in Sri Sampradaya commune, I saw that Maharaja himself is dancing on the Sri Sampradaya kirtan and serving them. So that was also eye-opener, that how Maharaj thinks on the larger scale. Real spiritualism where there are no bars, there is no my and yours. So he, in one of the lectures, he says, Krishna's bhakta or Krishna's disciple should always see samadarshana. So he said, Krishna syasi sakha kashit brahmano brahma vittama virakta indriyartheshu prashantatma jitendriya. That means he should be Brahmana, but not just based on only the Varna Shram system, but also a hunger to learn and have a Samadarshana to everywhere. So that is something which I really got inspired by him, about his humility, service, and looking in equality and everywhere. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Hemant Prabhu. Hari Bol. All right, so we are at 11 o'clock, 11:05. We have another 45 to 50 minutes. We have enough time for devotees to come forward and speak. The itinerary is going to be like around 11:45. We'll start arranging for Bhoga offering for His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj. 12 o'clock Pushpanjali, followed by Artik, and then Prasadam. I think it's going to be served downstairs and devotees can go upstairs and out. So just getting that housekeeping item out of the way. So as you see, we have decided to go green spiritually this time on the decorations. These are all parrots, That's our way of going green and, Nikunjavat, so spiritually. So thank you to all the team members who came forward to make these decorations. We'll do a little quiz as we have more people come in. Just a fun way of learning more about Guru Maharaj, especially since he shared his life to us. So anybody knows what was Maharaj's nickname when he was in his high school and why? Okay, we have one. Okay, we'll go with you. Monk. Yes. Yes. It was Little Monk. You got to, we give it to you, the points. It was, Maharaj writes in his book, he joined Deerfield High School in the Chicago suburbs. Some of us have been there in 1965. And his elder brother, Marty, he was a very, in Maharaj's own words, his elder brother had a sixth sense to rile people, how to irritate people. That was what Maharaj said. And when his elder brother left high school, Maharaj got into that. And his teacher said, oh no. And his elder brother's nickname was Monk, short for monkey. And then when Maharaj came in, they called him Little Monk, meaning the little monkey. And they said, oh no, not yet another monk, that kind of thing. So that was the thing. So thank you, you got it. That was in 65. So anybody knows which Maharaj attended college for 1 year? What was the college he attended? Anybody knows? No, not in Chicago. It's somewhere else. Yes, you know too much. I'm not going to go to you next. But let's see if somebody else can answer it. That was in 1969. If no, it's fine. It's just a fun way of knowing more. In 1969, Maharaj had joined the Miami-Dade College, Florida. For 1 year, he attended the college. And in the summer of 1970, there's a famous song by Brian Adams, the summer of 69. But for our Guru Maharaj, it was the summer of 70. That's where he actually decided to, once he completed first year of college, he and his friends decided to go on a adventure tour, which never ended. It's never ended even till today. So that was the, the tidbit for us. And one more quiz. Maharaj was inspired by the teachings, or rather the movement of Martin Luther King Jr. There was one statement that Martin Luther King had made in one of his speeches or his writings that Maharaj really used to like, and he has mentioned that in the book, The Journey Home. Anybody knows what that statement is? Yes, that's correct. Can you? We give it to Rasastro. So, yeah, I'm going to say it verbatim the way Maharaj has put it in the book. If a person does not have an ideal to die for, he has nothing meaningful to live for. So, something very nice. We can spiritualize that. If we cannot die for Krishna, there is no purpose of living, So that's something we can all feel inspired about. Okay, so who wants to go next? I'm just, at this. Oh yeah, Sucharya Mataji, please come. And by the way, I don't have a list. People feel that I'm going down a list of devotees. There's no such list here. Please feel free to come forward and speak. I'm just trying to fill in time as more devotees come in and start and have a desire to speak. I know Raseshwari wants to go next, and we'll also invite His Grace Nityananda Prabhuji to go after her. So.
So we are gathered here today to honor our dearmost disciple of Srila Prabhupada. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namane. I offer my respectful obeisances unto His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, who is very dear to Lord Krishna, having taken shelter at His lotus feet. Our respectful obeisances are unto you, O servant, O spiritual master, servant of Saraswati Goswami. You are kindly preaching the message of Lord Chaitanya Dev and delivering the Western worlds, the Western countries, which are filled with impersonalism and voidism. Vanchakalpa tarubhyascha kripa sindhubheva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Om Jnana Timarandasya Gyanam Gyana Salakaya Chakshur Militam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. So I just wanted to share a few things not things, but interactions. Srila Prabhupada called Radhanath Swami Maharaj to him in a gathering where there were thousands of people, and Prabhupada asked him to sit next to him, sit near to him. And so Maharaj met his eternal spiritual master, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. So I lived in New Vrindavan for some time, and Maharaj was there. And he was always engaged in deity worship, dressing the deities, cooking Mangalarti sweets, assisting the devotees, taking care of the cows. It was quite amazing. There's a from Radha Gopinath Media, they have a series of memories of New Vrindavan. So when you get a chance, you can watch those and you can hear about the amazing situation in New Vrindavan and how those early devotees built this temple for Prabhupada. So Maharaj was a pujari, and a very good one, and for Shishi Radha Vrindavan Chandra. It was very cold, it was very austere. And all the devotees at that time just worked tirelessly for the pleasure of their spiritual master. And Maharaj, Srila Prabhupada tasted milk sweets made by your Guru Maharaj, and he was very, very pleased. And at this time, as you know, the devotees would write letters to each other. And Sri Mayapur Dham was the main temple, and from Mayapur Dham we received all our deity standards. And so it would take several months to get letters. There was no cell phone, there was no Gmail, there was no Instagram. There was, it was very austere. The message was through regular post office mail. So it took some time to exchange letters and to learn the standards of. So especially Jananivas Prabhu would send letters from Mayapur to all the different temples, what he had learned from Srila Prabhupada. And so Maharaj used these standards and introduced and kept up the highest standard of deity worship. So I would like to share about visiting Bhaktivedanta Hospital. It was 2012, and somehow in Dallas we had a huge hailstorm. And so my car was completely damaged with hailstorm marks. So somehow my insurance company wrote me a big check. So with that big check, I went to India and I received treatment from the illustrious saintly devotees at Bhaktivedanta Hospital. So when I arrived at the hospital, Srila Prabhupada is sitting on his Vyasasan, front and center in the front foyer, in the front greeting room. And I realized that Srila Prabhupada was practically the only person I knew, because I didn't know anybody else in Mumbai. So I remember chanting my japa around Srila Prabhupada and just praying to him and chanting. And then one morning I noticed a group of doctors and nurses were assembled in that area over to the left. So I just went over there to see, what's happening. And I kind of looked around, I said, what's happening? And someone said, shift change. I said, shift change? So I just stood there watching them. There were about 25 doctors and nurses on each side. And together, they started reading Lord Chaitanya's Shikshashtakam prayers. So they read these prayers, and the whole room was just silenced, and all you could hear were these beautiful prayers of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And this is Maharaj's mercy that he cultivated, inspired, initiated all these people to serve humanity in whatever way they could. So hearing these Shikshastika prayers, it just brought tears to my eyes. And I just watched. Each person was impeccably dressed in their uniforms, their medical uniforms. And so now, whenever I hear the Shikshastakam prayers, I think of those surrendered souls from Mumbai in the hospital who every day dedicate, day after day, saving the world in their Mumbai area. So one day in the Bhaktivedanta hospital, I was in the elevator. Everything happens in that elevator. Whenever I would go in the elevator, the devotees were speaking, and every second word was, oh, Maharaj, Maharaj, this, Maharaj, this. They were all in love with Maharaj. They were all talking about him. They were working for him. They were cooperating for him. So it was quite enlightening because I saw a powerful group of individuals who had dedicated their lives to Krishna, to Prabhupada, to their Guru Maharaj. So one day on the elevator, a nurse was already on the elevator, and she had her hands around a cart, and above the cart was a cardboard box. And she had her hands around this cardboard box as if there were like unlimitedly priceless jewels in that box. So I looked over, and in that box were 4 little babies, newborn babies. And I was so shocked and overwhelmed, coming from a privileged American background, that little babies could be born and put into a cardboard box. So I was just crying, and the nurse kept saying, oh, ma'am, please don't cry, please don't cry. Krishna, Krishna. So I just became more absorbed in my japa because I had not had the experience of this third world situation where kids were in a cardboard box to get transported to different floors in the hospital after, hours after their birth. So I saw Maharaj in New Vrindavan again, and this time we were all taking prasadam, and Mother Malati had been away for some time, so she had come back, and the next thing I knew, Maharaj was standing, I was sitting down, and Maharaj was standing like right in front of me with Malati Prabhu. And so he looked at me and he said, this is your god sister. So I immediately jumped up. I jumped up and I said, it was almost like, yes, sir. All right, what's your order? So I jumped up and he said, this is your god sister. You take care of her. So I thought, why is he asking me to take care of her? I'm nothing. She should be taking care of me because she's the older devotee. So I jumped up and I took her hand and I brought her beside me and I said, Malati, here, take some prasadam. And she was so hungry, she just kept eating and eating, and so I kept getting her more prasadam and she was eating and eating. So I realized the magnificent effect of our God sisters, our God brothers, and how close they are, and how deep they have deep love for each other as we push on in this Krishna consciousness movement, as us pioneers, or maybe pioneers, tried to help Prabhupada. So regarding the deity worship, Maharaj is such a wonderful example of a pujari. He was always a pujari, and he's teaching us. So Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti, he gave us these Sri Guru Vastaka prayers. And one of them is Shivigrahara Dana Nichanana Shingara Tan Mandira Marjanado Yuktasya Bhaktam Schan Nikunja Nitopi Vande Goroshi Charanaravindam. So this prayer that we were taught by Srila Prabhupada, given to us from the Guru Parampara, is that the spiritual master is always engaged in the temple worship of Sri Sri Radha Krishna. He engages his disciples in such worship. They decorate the deities and offer them clothing. And then I offer my obeisances to such a spiritual master, because Prabhupada was teaching us to focus on the beauty of the Supreme Personality of Godhead and to serve and to worship these verses that teach us what the spiritual master does and what he wants us to do. And I wanted to tell one story concerning deity worship. That Maharaj was giving a class, I think it was Mumbai, but I heard it on a tape lecture. Somebody had given me some lectures, so I was listening to them. So in this one lecture, Maharaj was talking about properly worshiping the deities. And so one disciple in the audience raised his hand, said, Maharaj, I have a question. So he said, yes. So the devotee said, Maharaj, I think it would be very good if ISKCON would install Mohini Murti in all the temples. And no one said anything. So Maharaj looked at him and said, stand up. So the devotee stood up. And Maharaj said, have you read the pastime of Mohini Murti? He said, oh, Maharaj, I've heard about it, and she's very beautiful, and everyone would listen to her. We would have no more fights in ISKCON, because Mohini Murti would be here. So then Maharaj started telling the pastime. And he made the devotee stand up the whole time. And then he related the pastime from the 8th canto. And when Lord Shiva heard about the beauty of Mohini Murti, because then there was interplanetary communication and everyone knew everything, and when Lord Vishnu appeared, everyone would be talking about it, and it was quite amazing. So Lord Shiva was thinking, I want to see this incarnation of my Lord. So he travels on his bull Nandi with his wife Uma, and they travel to meet Lord Vishnu. Nityananda Prabhu's not smiling, so I hope he's okay. Please forgive if I've made any offenses, Prabhu. So Lord Shiva travels to see Lord Vishnu, and upon meeting him, he offers prayers and glorifications, and he said, my Lord, I want to see your form as this beautiful Mohini Murti. So Lord Vishnu, who's so eloquent in every word of his speech, said, are you sure you want to see this form? And Lord Shiva, yes, yes. So then the whole pastime proceeds how Lord Vishnu assumes the form of Mohini Murti, and then Lord Shiva is attracted, and Mother Uma is there, and then there's the whole pastime. And Maharaj told the whole pastime, detail for detail for detail, how Lord Shiva ran through all the ashrams of the saintly sages and all this. So then finally, when Lord Shiva comes to his senses, and Maharaj is relating this, he realizes that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is his supreme master and dearmost leader. And so he surrenders and starts offering prayers, and he said, my dear Lord, your pastimes are inconceivable. but we accept you as the Supreme Lord. So after this long explanation of the story, Maharaj looks at the man and he said, so, do you still want to install Mohini Murti in ISKCON? And the devotee said, oh no, Maharaj, it's okay, everything's fine, no, everything's fine. So then he said, sit down. So then the devotee sat down. He sat down. That's fine. So I just wanted to share these exchanges with Maharaj. And I wanted to finish up with one letter that Srila Prabhupada wrote to all his disciples in New Dwarka. And he meant this letter for all the disciples all over the world. And he said, my dear children, please accept my blessings. He said, I am very happy and pleased with your service. He said, my Guru Maharaj gave me an instruction, and because of all of you, I'm able to do something to serve my Guru Maharaj. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Great Sucharya Mataji ki jai. Thank you so much, Mataji, for sharing the wonderful nectar. We're going to request little Raseshwari to come next. She wants to make an offering.
Dear Radhanath Maharaj, I love you, please. Dear Radhanath Maharaj, I love you. Please know how many people love you. Thank you for coming to my house. You're the best. My dad listens to your classes. He really likes them. My mom misses you. From Raseshwari.
Hari Bol. Is that it? Okay, thank you. Hari Bol. Very wonderful. The most spontaneous offering we have heard. Wonderful. So I'm going to request His Grace Nityananda Prabhu to speak next. Just one quick, as I keep trying to share some thoughts as Prabhuji prepares for the class, something about humility, which is so dear to Maharaj's character. Few things from his classes again. One of it is, without humility, you can have knowledge but not realization. So that's something very interesting. The other thing, humility is a natural symptom of those who love God. So that's also something very, very, these are like one-liners which strike us so much, in our preparation. And I had written one more on humility. So the least qualified we feel about ourselves, the more we can be grateful when mercy comes upon us. So very, very interesting consciousness that Maharaj is sharing. So we'll request Nityananda Prabhuji to speak.
Om Jnanatirandasya Jnananjanashalakaya Chakshuramlitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Vanchakalpa Truvascha Kripasindubhyevacha Patitanam Pavanebhya Vaishnavebhya Namo Namaha. Jai Anant Koti Vaishnava Brinda ki Jai. Srila Radhanath Swami Maharaj ki Jai. So Maharaj, all of us here have been in some way impacted by him. And in pretty much every case, except for those who are really not connecting, that association of Maharaj is like earth-shattering experience. It transforms one's spiritual life in a way that we realize that spiritual truths don't work the same way as worldly truths. Just to give you an example, when Srila Gurudev left the planet, our spiritual master, some of us here are disciples of Srila Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj. It was such a shock to us that he left. I mean, just totally unexpected. We were all around the world in different places. At the time I was the temple president here, and I was in, of all places, Las Vegas. And he had sent me to Las Vegas. And he asked me to go to Las Vegas to actually learn about coaching. Because, we do a lot of spiritual counseling. And better than counseling is coaching, because in coaching, we accept that the person you're speaking to is actually fine. There's nothing wrong with the person. It's just that the person needs some encouragement. The person just needs some person to speak to, somebody to bounce an idea off. And they come up with the idea themselves. The most brilliant idea comes from them because the Lord is sitting in their heart, and that's the one who's speaking. He's the one who's speaking. And they express those words, right? So anyway, Maharaj's nature is that his thinking cap is always on, You don't ever find him sort of in a state of forgetfulness of any type. And so he came to Dallas to meet with us here, the disciples of Srila Gurudev, just to encourage us, help us. At the time I was staying where Pandav Vijay Prabhu is staying, the Yellow House on Perry Avenue, across the street from Rupanuga Prabhu and Mother Jayanti. So he came and knocked on the door, and I was surprised that Radhanath Maharaj was there. So obviously invited him, and we had a futon, and he sat on the futon, and I sat on the floor next to the futon. So he said, "What is the instruction your spiritual master gave you? What did he ask you to do?" So I said, the first instruction he gave me the day I got initiated, which was in 1984, 39 years ago. Now, at that time, it was 2003 that he had come. So I said he had asked that I should build a university, set up a university. So he asked me what the details were, and I gave him the details. And with Gurudev himself, I spoken to him about, he asked me to draw up a plan. So I drew up the plan and I took it to him, and he said, "No, this won't work. Go back and do it again." And so I did that 9 times. And the 9th time he told me, "It's hopeless, Nityananda, you're hopeless. You're never going to do this. Just forget it, don't worry about it. Just, be a temple president, you're okay." I was also in the North American GBC, so I said, "You can do that type of work, it'll be okay." But my nature is I don't give up, so I went back and did it one more time. And came back the 10th time, and he said, "You sure you want to ask me because you're wasting my time?" I said, "No, I really want to do this." So he saw the plan and he said, "You got it. This will work. This will work." He's a bit of a perfectionist. Gurudev's nature is a bit of a perfectionist, and so he wanted to be perfect. So I gave that to Radhanath Maharaj. And so Radhanath Maharaj told me how to implement it. Okay, the theory is one thing, implementation is something else, right? And what he told me is, I think, very, very pertinent to today's program. And that is, what is the value of a spiritual master? Who is the spiritual master? The spiritual master, in our own Mangal Arati we chant every day, is Sakshat Dharitvena, right? He is the Supreme Lord himself, who has come to hold our hand and walk us back home again. Because home is where we're going to be happy. Here you can't be happy. This is a place of pain, misery, instability. So there's no way you can be happy here. So the value of the spiritual master is that he awakens us. That's why we say Om Jnana Timirandhasya Jnananjana Shalaka. He's awakening us, opening our eyes and saying, what's really happening here? Why don't you see what's really happening and act according to what's really happening? So then, this is what he told me at the time, and which actually today is very true. This is a world of conflict. We're at conflict with our own selves. Forget other people. We conflict with our own selves. Our mind doesn't agree with us. Our body doesn't agree with us. Certainly our intelligence doesn't agree with us. because we want to do something, intelligence says, no, don't do that. Do some austerity, this, that, yeah. Nobody wants to do austerity, right? Who wants austerity? And our false ego, this guy is a real, terrorist, right? He really terrorizes us, Every moment of our life we're being terrorized by our own false ego. So he said, we have to understand, first you have to become peaceful. Now ask yourself this question. When you see Radhanath Maharaj, do you notice this thing about him that he's always peaceful? He's always very peaceful. It's like a bomb could be falling. If you look at Radhanath Maharaj's face, you wouldn't think anything registering, There's no registering going on. Why? Because he's always thinking of Krishna. He's always with Krishna in his heart. He understands if it's happening, it's only happening because Krishna is arranging something, right? Krishna's always up to something. The guy's a big trickster. We all know that. The guy can't stand straight, right? Even his stick is crooked. We all know that. So, he's always up to something. Krishna is always up to something. But Radhanath Maharaj is completely peaceful, and that, there's a statement in the Bhagavad Gita, right? Bhoktaram jagatapasam sarva lokameshwaram suhridam sarva bhutanam gyatvamam shantim richati. If we know that Krishna is always in control, there is no point at which Krishna is not in control, then you can be peaceful because Krishna is going to take care of you no matter what happens. So if you lose your body, so what? He's going to give you a nice body, a better body the next time, right? So there's no loss or diminution with Krishna at any time. So one of the things we notice in our lives is from time to time we become anxious. There's anxiety in our life. We worry, am I doing the right thing? I'm not attending Mangalarti every day. Maybe I'll not go back to Godhead. I'm not chanting my rounds nicely. I'm having some conflict with some devotee. I don't know how to do my service properly. Things like that. So many things, right? Anxiety is always bothering us. Somehow, some type of pain is always bothering us. Body pain, mind pain, intelligence, anything, all that. So, Radhanath Maharaj said, when you teach this, the first thing you teach to the students is that you're a spirit soul. Your mind may not be happy. Your body may not be happy. Your intelligence may not be happy. Your false ego is never going to be happy. Okay? But you stay happy because you are the soul. And your connection is with Krishna. Don't ever forget that. That death can come at any time. It's not like death is only going to come when you turn 70, 80, 90, 100. Death comes before you're born, right, from your mother's womb, and death comes after 100 as well. So death can come at any time. So are you ready to die now? Put yourself in that situation, and he says only one way to understand that, and that is called yoga. That means link yourself to God. Say to God, I am yours, and you are mine. I'm with you right now. Whatever happens, I know you're going to take care of it. I simply want to serve you and your devotees, because the best way to make advancement is a little like what, not little, but like Brajendra Sutta Prabhu was saying, that he says, I like serving devotees. And we can see that, right? He does so much service. Ever since he came to this temple, he's like that Tasmanian devil, you know what I mean? It's just like go, 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 always serving like that, right? Which is actually the best way to serve. So Maharaj's advice to us, he said, the advice to the students is, now you've come to the university, first thing you should know is that you are Krishna's child. Krishna loves you more than the total creation loves you. Can you please immediately become peaceful? Don't have high expectations. Don't think this one should do this for me, I should do this, that one didn't do this, that one didn't do that, and then now conflict, conflict, conflict. And there's one thing that, I just heard very recently, being spoken by one of Maharaj's, by Srila Prabhupada's disciples. He said, Prabhupada once said that when you're in Krishna consciousness, understand you have a guaranteed future. You are going to go back to Godhead. You don't have to worry about that. The one thing you want to avoid is to think about others in derogatory terms. Do never criticize anybody. Never think about the faults of others. Never think about what's wrong with somebody. Don't do that. And you know what he said after that, Prabhupada said? He said, because that will destroy your Krishna consciousness. And he gave an example. He was in Mumbai, And there was a nice meeting with Srila Prabhupada, and the temple president walked in. The temple president walks in. The temple president walked in, paid his obeisances, and said, Prabhupada, I'd like to ask you a question. Prabhupada said, go ahead. So he said, Prabhupada, the GBC of our temple does not chant his rounds properly. He doesn't chant his rounds. This is what he said. Prabhupada turned to another devotee and said, tell him to leave right now. So they were thinking, who should they ask to leave? The temple president or the GBC? He's complaining about the GBC, right? So they became confused. He said, no, the one who just spoke now, tell him to leave the room right now. The temple president was kicked out of the room. After the temple president was kicked out of the room, Prabhupada explained. He said, it is not your business whether somebody else is chanting their rounds. It is your business whether you are chanting your rounds. Don't think about who's chanting their rounds, not chanting rounds, doing this, doing that, even if they are the GBC. That's not your business. If you think like that, Krishna will never accept you in his company. So you're not going to be Krishna conscious. This is how heavy Srila Prabhupada was, and we all love criticizing people. We love thinking negative about people. We love to find faults in other people. Why? Because that's our conditioning. We are conditioned like that for billions and billions of lives. That's all we've been doing, right? Griping, griping, griping. We're a big gripe machine, you know. That's all we are, you see. So Maharaj was saying, tell the student, that's the first thing you tell the student. And just today, Shankararanya Prabhu was saying that the spirit of the service is more important than the service, right? So what is the spirit? The spirit is we understand that I am servant of Krishna, my purpose is to serve, and encourage others to serve. It never encourages somebody if you criticize them. Unless, of course, you happen to be the spiritual master. Then they want you to criticize them so that you can be corrected. But it's not anybody else's business to do that. You know? So I thought that today we should see this is the value of Radhanath Maharaj. That he actually is helping us to open our eyes and go back home, back to Godhead. Because in this world, you're never going to be happy. No matter what you do. You can become the biggest spiritual master on the planet. You cannot be happy. This is not the place of happiness. This is the place of service. So that we can go to the place of happiness and there do even more service, better service, with the correct spirit now. Because here the spirit is not right. So, Radhanath Maharaj, one thing that I said about him was he's always peaceful. The other thing is always very grateful, right? Whenever he sees somebody, it's almost like you're the most important person on the planet. He'll speak to you like you are the most important person on the planet. So this is something, you know, we're so grateful that all of us came to this program. This is the topmost program in creation, the celebration of the Holy Appearance Day of the Spiritual Master. And it is said when you celebrate the appearance day of the spiritual master, you're celebrating the appearance of all spiritual masters. Because Guru is one. So understand whoever you're a spiritual master of, this is that spiritual master's celebration today that is going on. And Radhanath Maharaj has given us the excuse to be able to do it. This is how great a person he is. So let's all just be very happy today that we have a wonderful spiritual master in our midst. The best of the best of the best of spiritual masters. His Holiness Srila Radhanath Swami Maharaj Ki Jai. Just be very happy, very happily serve, and let's learn this two things. One is, Krishna is with you, you have nothing to worry about, and two, please do not do anything to harm anybody else. And you can see these wars that are going on in this world. People are not thinking, they're fighting, and fighting. No one's going to give up, neither side is going to give up. America tries to make peace happen, doesn't work. China tries, Russia tries. Even the two parties get together and try. Nothing is working. Why? Because we're always offending people, and when you offend too many people, then a war starts. And when a war starts, nothing can stop it except carnage. When complete carnage happens, then they start getting to the senses, they'll think, okay, let me quieten down for a little while until my next fight. We've seen that, right? This fight has happened before. This is not the first time that the Jews and Palestinians are at each other's throat. 2,000 years ago it started, it's still going on today. Why? Because there's no solution to this. The only solution is, if you understand you are Krishna's child, Krishna loves you unlimitedly, and you're already fine. It's just that you're in a bad place. Let's do the right things and get out of here. That is really the answer. Then I think with us, Radhanath Maharaj will be very happy. He's always very happy. I remember the last time he gave a big initiation here was in 2010. Of course, he did that recently as well. But the 2010 one was a really amazing one. He sat here and we were about to start, and he said, Nityananda, it's 10 to 10. Did you notice that? And I said, yeah. I said, okay, let's get started. I said, yeah, Maharaj. And I was thinking, why is he saying 10 to 10? He said, it's 10 to 10 on October 10th in the year 2010. On the 10th day of October. So that's 5 things, right? 10 to 10 on the 10th day of October, which is the 10th month of the 10th year 2010. So he says, time to start now. And I thought, wow, Maharaj is so good, you know what I mean? By the way, on that time, he gave initiation to people that were not even approved. That was the amazing thing that happened that day. And after that, we got a big flack from Radhanath Maharaj's authority disciples, those who actually approve things to make sure that you can. Nowadays, everything has to be approved so much, right? You don't have the approval, you can't sit here. That time we got away with it. I don't know how we got away with it. Last minute people turned up. I want to get initiation. I said to Maharaj, what do you think? Oh, let's give it to him. That's like Maharaj wants to give initiation, So it was amazing. That's Maharaj. He loves us so much. And Kalachandji loves us so much. All the devotees here love all of you very much. Please stay loved and march boldly forward in your Krishna consciousness. And please show that love to others as well. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Nityananda Prabhu. His Grace Nityananda Prabhuji ki jai. Thank you for sharing the essence of Maharaj's teachings to us, Prabhuji. Really appreciate that. As we continue, we'll have at least 2 to 3 more speakers who can go. We have some time as we are preparing for the Bhoga offering. So I'm going to call upon Rathyatra Prabhuji. I know you have some something that you wanted to share, so you can prepare to do that. And if I may request Mathuranath Prabhuji also to come forward and share something from your experiences with Maharaj. While we prepare, as Prabhuji was saying, Maharaj is always very peaceful. He always tries to, when disciples try to serve him, whenever there is a situation where he feels that the disciples are tense, he tries to lighten the mood with his sense of humor. So just a few things I thought I'll share. I read it from a very nice portal. It's a web page called itsohappened.com. If you haven't gone there, you can do that. Some very wonderful, wonderful exchanges that, especially the Radha Gopinath congregation from Bombay, where Maharaj has spent the most of his time, they have listed some nice exchanges with Maharaj. So once, Maharaj was invited by a family in Bombay for dinner, and you can imagine, if your Guru Maharaj is coming to your house, how much anticipation, what you must have done since the whole morning to prepare your house, to cook the feast and whatever, get mentally, consciously prepared for it. And Maharaj came to that devotee family's house, and just when they were going to have their dinner prasadam, the electricity got cut off. They lost power. And everybody was tense, like, how do we manage that? And Maharaj just said, don't worry, I'm not attached to power at all, So, so he was like, that was his way of diffusing the situation. And one time one devotee was driving him, and they were supposed to, he was getting late to come back to the temple for a lecture, and the devotee who was driving, he missed the turn to get to the temple. And those of you who know Bombay, it's like New York. It's like you have to go 2-3 minutes away to come back to that same spot. So that the driver got very tense, saying, Maharaj, I'm so sorry, I didn't take the right turn. So Maharaj said, don't worry, in life it's very difficult to take the right turns, so so that's how Maharaj makes it very easy. So Prabhuji, you want to go next? And then I'm going to request Sarvajay Madhav Prabhu and then Mathuranath Prabhu to conclude. So
Thank you, Shankarnaran Prabhuji, for giving me this opportunity to speak a few words in this auspicious occasion of 73rd Vyasa Puja of His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj. And I prepared something few days back, which I thought I must speak. I would have been better off if I would have spoken from mind, but rushing from 35-40 kilometers away from 40 miles away from temple, so I thought it is better to read out something which I've already prepared few days back. So I'm happy to be in Dallas with loving God brothers and God sisters and well wishers. I'm really grateful for this opportunity to speak few words on Maharaj's birthday. And dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you and Sri Guru and Gaurang Mahaprabhu. All glories to you on this auspicious day of Vyasa Puja. I feel so happy to hear your countless glories. Of course, today I missed many of the nectars which must have been spoken. They are really unlimited because you are connected so rightly with God. Like God, you have everything you do is your pastime. It is very amazing, and they are also countless. And I hear about you every day and throughout the year 365 days. Now it is time for me to speak a few words, whatever I have jotted down on your birthday. And I will recount a few of the glorious qualities. I am pretty sure most of the things might have been spoken, but this would be a repetition. And especially your glorious qualities, activities, like commitment to spreading love, compassion and wisdom, not only within ISKCON but also among the broader humanity around the globe. So your special relationship, respect, love and affection towards your God brothers, I definitely heard something a couple of minutes back, are something that always draws my attention. There are many examples from the past, but to quote one recent one in your encounter with His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj at ISKCON Pune, it happened maybe 3 months back. Your spontaneous respectful greeting of His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj on the stage was heart-touching, that anyone sees will never forget. As you have done many times in the past, it is quite encouraging to see you fully absorbed in cooking prasadam for devotees along with your disciples during your recent Kartik Yatra in Puri. Also, it was amazing to see you distributing prasadam to devotees during recent visit to Mayapur, especially one day when you had to walk on your knees to serve prasadam to your devotees. This shows us how much importance you give to serving the devotees. So these qualities show your humility to rest of the world, and you not only preach to your disciples to be humble by often quoting Trinadapi Sunichana verse. I might have heard every lecture of yours where you have not quoted this verse, and to from the ISKCON to all your throughout your discourses, but all your practice absolute humility so that others in the society can follow this humility, that what you are the example or epitome of it. You have dedicated so much of your time, effort, training your disciples during 1980s and 1990s, which I have heard from through the CDs or DVDs distributed. They are all stalwarts today. Those devotees are preaching throughout the world about the Prabhupada's mission and the Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mission throughout the world. Whenever I have met your God brothers and God sisters in the past, they first inquire about who is your spiritual master. After hearing your name, they just go on glorifying and compliment you, telling that they hear you speaking when they hear something senior disciples are speaking. Basically, when some of your senior disciples are speaking, they hear as if they are hearing Radhanath Swami Maharaj speaking. So it is really a great compliment. It makes me feel so happy to see how pleased your God brothers are with you, how much your past efforts bearing fruits, benefiting ISKCON and your junior disciples like me. It's really amazing to see how much you care everyone wherever whether they are dying or like a dying deer or a dead puppy, a person who was a few days to live in this world, or a cow, or your disciple or devotees, or your God brothers and God sisters. As your action speaks, not only you preach others to see Krishna's presence everywhere, but also you see Krishna in everything, living and non-living. Another thing I noticed in you, that you never miss an opportunity to glorify your God brothers and God sisters. I have seen you any time somebody glorifies you or your services, you immediately ascribe this to Srila Prabhupada or your Guru Maharaj, Srila Prabhupada or your disciples. Your wisdom, guidance and self-service have tremendously impacted the lives of many devotees in ISKCON, including your disciples, as well as common people outside the ISKCON. Personally, I am grateful that you have accepted this unfortunate soul as your disciple. In the past, I have looked towards you when I felt lonely or distressed or helpless situation. It is your instruction and words of wisdom that I have immense faith, and those have come to my rescue in each and every adverse circumstances in my life. Also, I will never forget how you care for each other and of your disciples, being the spiritual father to all of us. Any time you notice some of your disciples or aspiring disciples are left behind in the spiritual journey for any reasons beyond their control, you miraculously give them a helping hand. Your invaluable guidance has given me courage and enthusiasm in my spiritual journey in spite of so many obstacles, and enabled me to render services whatever possible on my part, such like preaching and deity worship and serving devotees and supporting Srila Prabhupada and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mission for spreading the holy name of the Lord. I am completely dependent on your mercy. Please bless me to further improve and enhance my devotional service to the Lord and His disciples, His devotees, to the level that we can make the world very happy. Please bless me to have same level of love, affection and respect for all the devotees, including our God brothers and God sisters, as you have for yours. I pray at your your divine lotus feet, Lord, that always bless my Guru Maharaj and give him good health, and so that he can continue to inspire and lead in our spiritual journey and spread Srila Prabhupada and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mission all over the world. So I thank once again to each and everybody in this temple room today, and my God brother, God sisters, again for this opportunity. And I stay here, Maharaj. I stop my talk or glorification, whatever little bit I could do, and I feel I am your servant for eternity. I remain Rathayatra Das. Thank you so much.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Prabhu. His Grace Rathayatra Prabhu ki jai. Sarvajay Madhav Prabhu, would you like to please come and share? Yeah, we can. Yes, if you can move a little further as devotees come in, it gives them room to come and sit. Thank you very much.
Hare Krishna. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Bhutale Shrimate Radhana Swaminiti Namane. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Bhutale Shrimate Jayapataka Swaminiti Namane. Namo Acharya Padaya Nitai Kripa Padayane Gaur Kata Damadaya Nagar Gramatarine. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Bhutale Shrimate Tamal Krishna Goswaminiti Namane. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Bhutale Shrimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namane. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gaurvani Pracharine. Nirvisesa Sunyavadi Paschatadi Satarine. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. His Holiness Radhanath Swami Gurudev ki jai. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to glorify His Holiness. It's a very, very special day. Last year I wanted to speak, I missed it. This year also I thought I'm almost going to miss it. There was so much traffic. Somebody was telling about New York, right? Right turn. I did take the right turn to escape the traffic. And I cut through the traffic and made it on time, luckily. So thanks to Gurudev for giving me the opportunity to reach on time this year. This year actually I have a lot to share about Gurudev. I always wanted to serve him closely, but I know how private he is. He does not give that much time for private service. Especially his disciple itself has difficult meeting him. Like Rajendra Sudaprabhu was telling that he did not even meet him in person. I'm sure many of the disciples have that, feeling that they have not served him personally. And I was asking, when is he coming? When is he coming? And then luckily His Holiness Jayapatak Swami Guru Maharaj came and stayed with us for almost 2 months. So he said, I want to come and meet him. And we were excited, me and my wife, wow, Gurudev is going to come. We were waiting for him and he's going to come and bless us at our house. So he came and we were excited, super excited. He went in the master bedroom, where Guru Maharaj was staying. And both of them sat down and they started talking. And he said, I've been waiting to meet you in this room for years. And I said, I was recording the whole conversation. I was trying to understand what that message is. I was waiting to see you in this room for many years. So is this just a statement that he's meeting here? Or he was already thinking about meeting him? He already saw the future that one day in this room, Sarvajaya Madhav's bedroom, Jayapatak Swami will be staying and I'll be coming and meeting. So maybe he already saw this much before. Many things happened like that in that day. So I was looking at the love between two spiritual masters, how they were reciprocating, how they were sharing. I had tears. I could not stop my emotions. It was so amazing. Before entering the room, he was sitting on the chair and I asked him, Gurudev, can we wash your lotus feet? And he said, no, you cannot. Only if you allow me to wash yours, then you cannot. I said, no way, I can't even think about it. You can pour water on my head, I said. Then I'll pour on your lotus feet. You can pour water on my head if you want to, just a deal. He said, no, feet. Then I said, no, Gurudev, that is not possible. And then he said, you're serving my Guru Maharaj, I want to serve you. I was like shocked to hear this statement. Some of the statement I can't digest also. I'm much neophyte to understand this level of humility. But I have seen that with Maharaj, how humble he is. He is so ground to earth. Wherever he sees Guru Maharaj, or I was just watching one video where he was meeting Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, he just falls down at the lotus feet. That's the true culture of Vaishnavas. Whether small, older, bigger, does not matter. The minute you see a Vaishnava, you fall at their lotus feet, period. Vaishnavas are, kalpa vrikshas. I have seen that Maharaj has done that again and again and again and everywhere, even in crowd. So this quality of Maharaj is like heart-touching, and I hope I can imbibe that quality, that I can worship all the Vaishnavas wholeheartedly. He came to our shop. It was supposed to be just quick visit. Rasraj Prabhu is here. So Rasraj Prabhu said, we'll just come outside, he'll bless the shop and then he'll go. He'll not come inside. Already spent a lot of time. So he came, I requested him to come inside, he came inside. Then he took the whole tour, he talked about the jewelry, and then we came outside. So inside itself he spent a lot of time. And then already he's late, right? But then he came out, we came out, we were talking. And then he was in his RV. How many of you have seen Gurudev's RV? Raise your hand. If you have not seen, you have missed a lot. Please go and see. If it's in Dallas, please go ahead and see. Then I asked him about this RV and all the stuff. That can we build something like this for Guru Maharaj, Jayapatak Swami Guru Maharaj? He's wheelchair bound and he has similar thing in Mayapur. So he said, you are expert in this. Can you help us in building something like that? Then he started giving me the whole tour. And then he told me, I wrote the entire journey book in this RV. He showed me the place. I was sitting right here and I lived in this for over a decade. And then he took me in the back side, me and my wife, and Rasraj Prabhu was also there. And then he opened the door, closed the window, and then he took out the shower and he showed, this is how I used to shower in the parking lot, but not this beautiful parking lot. So I lived like that for years. I was thinking, of course we heard the stories of him going to India and how he lived the monk life, but in America also he was living like that, detached, fully detached. So there are so many wonderful stories I've heard, so much I learned from him. One pastime was my favorite pastime of Gurudev is, I think it's in one of the books maybe, I heard one lecture in that he shared this, that when he was in India, he was looking at two acharyas. One is Muslim guy and one was Hindu priest. They both used to meet together every day, and one used to read from Quran, the other one used to read from Bhagavad Gita. And they used to relish both the books, holy books. So he asked him, like, India means Hindu, Muslim, full cutter, no bhai, it's all opposite of bhai. How come you both are meeting every day and you're reading from Bhagavad Gita and you're reading from Quran and you're relishing it so nicely? What's the secret? Then one of them spoke, son, you have to learn something from the dog, when he sees his spiritual master, when he sees his master, like I have a dog also. If you come in tuxedos, he'll recognize you. He'll come in swimming suit, he'll recognize you. You hide yourself in any form, your dog will immediately recognize you. And then he says there is a lot to learn from that dog. So the message I got from that conversation is, God is God. If you call it Allah, Christ, Krishna, Rama, you should be able to recognize if you have the dog mentality of smelling the God. That kind of message, that unity message, in such a simple example of a dog, we all can understand dog, right? So I told this story to so many people. This is my favorite story of Maharaj, how he connected the whole world and connected God as one. So this is one of the beautiful stories. One last thing I'll share with you. We were talking about this project. Gurudev was asking me different questions about my project, because Jayapatak Swami Guru Maharaj told him about the new Navadip Dham, big land, 7,500 acres property. So he asked, Gurudev asked, is it 7,500 acres? He said, yes. So it must be a lot of hills. No, it's not hills. So is it usable land? He said, yes, it's fertile land. Agriculture is already happening. He was so impressed. And then I told Gurudev that this property is 90 minutes from Elon Musk SpaceX in Boca Chica, South Texas. He immediately stopped and said, today you are saying that your property is 90 minutes from Elon Musk. In the future, Elon Musk is going to say that I am 90 minutes from ISKCON project in McAllen. We got so many blessings on this project. By Nityananda Prabhuji has graced this property with his blessings. So many Maharajas, Guru Maharaj, Jayapatak Swami Guru Maharaj also personally drove all the way to this project and blessed. But wholeheartedly I'm telling you, the blessings what Radhanath Swami Gurudev has given by this prediction that one day Elon Musk will announce this, I'm taking it to my heart. If a pure devotee like him has announced that, Krishna has to fulfill that promise. So just wait for Twitter message someday, pretty soon. You're going to hear this message maybe after our Gita Jayanti program, who knows. So His Holiness Radhanath Swami Gurudev ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sarvajay Madhav Prabhu. His Grace Sarvajay Madhav Prabhu ki jai. Thank you, Prabhuji, for sharing some wonderful realizations from Maharaj. So yeah, we need to keep coming forward as more devotees are filling in. We are going to extend by another 10 minutes because the nectar pot continues to churn, and after that we will, as they prepare for the offerings, then we'll do Pushpanjali. So Mathuranath Prabhuji, would you like to come and share?
when you're old, you get to sit. So I'm sitting. So there's once a pastime that, Krishna's pastime, where he was sitting under a kadamba tree, and the tree was just full of green parrots, just like we see here. And so the gopis came up, and they were amazed that the parrots weren't making a sound. They were just completely enthralled in listening to Krishna's flute. So if you wonder why these parrots aren't making any noise, it's because they're listening to Radhanath Maharaj and his glories. So, yeah. So, unfortunately, I never had the much opportunity to have Maharaj's personal association, but the first time I ever saw him was in early 1980s. I went on a trip to New Vrindavan with my spiritual master, Tamal Krishna Goswami. And when we got to the airport, His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj picked us up. And at that time, he was not a Maharaj yet. He was a brahmachari. And I was just amazed that, usually back in those days, you think of brahmachari, you think he's got one black sock, one white sock or something, it's like, but Maharaj was so together. And just to see the interaction between him and Srila Gurudev was how much they loved and respected each other. I knew at that time that this is a very special devotee. He was so together, and I guess I'll have to admit the thing I remember most was the samosas that he brought us. These samosas were, to this day I can tell you that it was the best samosa I've ever had. So I was really, impressed with Maharaj at that time. I guess what I, remembering Maharaj, mostly I know him through his wonderful disciples that have come to this community. I really want to thank Maharaj for giving us so many wonderful disciples that have really made this community what it is today. I could start naming them, but we'd be here for a while if I named how many wonderful disciples he has in this community. I remember one story just to show how intelligent Maharaj is. I remember one story. He was preaching at a college, and these were a group of psychologist students. And they all think they're really smart. So they asked Maharaj, one of them raised his hand and asked Maharaj a question. And the question was, if Krishna is so great, can he make a mountain that even he can't jump over? And I thought, how do you answer a question like that, But then Maharaj, with not even, thinking about it, he said, yes. He said, Krishna can make a mountain that even he can't jump over it, and then he'll jump over it. So that's the way he answered the question. So like I said, I listen to Maharaj's classes a lot. I really get inspiration from his classes, especially when they have the written transcript of his classes. And then one day I was listening to his class, and I thought, well, he must be reading from the Chaitanya Charitamrita, because I love to hear stories from the Chaitanya Charitamrita. So I thought he must be reading from it. And then later on, a few days later, I was watching it on YouTube, the same exact class, and I could see that Maharaj was doing it from memory, and I was like, it's amazing, so many details he knew. And right away I thought two things. Either he's got a photographic memory, or he was there when it happened. And so I think my answer was that he was definitely there when it happened, because if you see Maharaj, you see him, and it's like he just fell right out of Lord Chaitanya's pastimes. You hear about devotees having effulgence. Maharaj has an effulgence, without a doubt. You see that, and just like Nityananda Prabhu was saying, when you see Maharaj and you get fortunate enough, I remember one time he gave me a hug at the Sadhu Sangha. He was walking down the aisle, and I was just praying to Krishna, please let him give me a hug. So he came and he picked me up and gave me a hug, and you just feel, right away, you feel purified. You feel all the worries in the world go away, because he's just so peaceful and so amazing. So anyway, again, I wanted to thank Maharaj for all the wonderful disciples that he's given us here in this community, and I want to offer my obeisances to all the disciples and thank you for all the service that you've done here. So, Jai. His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj Ki Jai.
His Grace Mathuranath Prabhu Ki Jai. Thank you so much, Prabhuji. We will have two more devotees speak. Is Arjun Krishna Prabhu here? Sorry. Okay. Prabhuji, please, would you like to share?
Vanchakalpatarubhyascha, Kripasinubhyevacha, Patitanam Pavanebhyo, Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Where do you begin? So fortunate to have so many of Radhanath Maharaj's disciples here in Dallas. It seems like the family's getting bigger and bigger every year, which is great. But about Radhanath Maharaj, so many things come to my mind about his compassion, especially his humility, his determination to serve Srila Prabhupada's mission, and so many other things. If we could ever get the association of His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj, please take that to heart and soul. We're so fortunate to have such a wonderful personality grace this planet at this time. If you look at time, we are in a very unique situation. To be here with so many pure devotees, specifically Radhanath Maharaj. I remember one time I was out in front and I was cutting the grass, and Megarupa was doing some photography work, and I was cutting the grass with a push mower. She says, "Arjun, please shut the machine off." She called it a machine. It's a lawnmower. Shut the machine off. Radhanath and Giriraj Maharaj are coming out. And I immediately thought, this is a perfect opportunity to get some association from Radhanath Maharaj. And he being from Chicago, and myself being from Chicago, we had this and then Giriraj Maharaj was there too. We had this little Chicago thing going on. So I approached Maharaj. I says, "Maharaj, I never really got to formally introduce myself to you, but I'm a disciple of Tamal Krishna Goswami, and I was his personal servant for many years." And then Giriraj Maharaj says, "Yes, he's a very wonderful devotee. He did so much service for Tamal Krishna Goswami." And he looked at me, and I was sweaty from cutting the grass and dirty, and he grabbed me and he hugged me. I said, "Please, Maharaj, I'm dirty, I'm totally moochy, And then he grabbed me even harder and squeezing me. And, to think a frail man like him, he was so strong. He was so strong, and he squeezed me. And I told him I was from, I says, "I'm from Chicago, you're from Chicago, Maharaj is from Chicago." I says, "We could form like a little mafia right here, And they both started laughing. Anyway, he gave me that hug. Later that day, he was doing signing for his book. And I approached, and I thought, what am I going to do now? I need more mercy. That hug wasn't enough. I need more mercy. So I had a pen that I gave my father when I was traveling through Japan. I was just passing through, and I wanted to get my father something. And he always liked to do crossword puzzles, so I got him this really fancy pen. Anyway, to make a long story short, my father passed away, and I took the pen. So when I was going to get my book signed, I says, here, this was my father's. Now I'll let Radhanath Maharaj sign my book with this pen, so then I'll have some Mahaprasadam. So I approached Maharaj. I says, thank you, Maharaj, so much, for coming here to do this book signing. I says, but would you sign my book with this pen? And he looked at the pen. He says, oh, it's a very nice pen. I says, yes, it was my father's. And he just kind of, and he signed the book. I said, thank you so much, Maharaj. And then he stood up and he hugged me again. And I'm thinking, wow, 2 hugs in one day and a pen. So when he was done, he was going to sign the next book with the pen that I had. I says, Maharaj, can I have my pen back? He says, this is a nice pen. I says, if you want it, you could have it. He says, no, this was your father's pen. And I says, yes, it was my father's pen. And now it's Mahaprasadam. And he laughed. Anyway, that was just a real sweet exchange that we had. So many different exchanges. Another time in Radhanath Maharaj is just incredible. Anyway, we were at Sadhu Sangha, and I had a book table that I was doing for Mohini, Madan Mohan Mohini. Everybody knows who Mohini is, right? The young girl. She was in a wheelchair. She wrote a book, and then she left her body. So her father gave me the responsibility and the honor to have a book table for her. So we had this real nice book table. And I was distributing her books. And then I saw Maharaj up the corridor a little bit. And I says, oh, I'd love to get a picture of Maharaj holding the book, So I asked Nandini, I says, can you get Maharaj to come? And he could take a picture of the book. So he came, and I took the picture of the book, and I told him, Maharaj, I know you're from Chicago, and I had the great opportunity of helping assist my spiritual master in moving the deities, Kishore from the old temple to the new temple. And Shivaram Maharaj, there were several people there that were moving the deities. So they moved Radharani first, as always, and they put her in her spot. And then Tamal Krishna Goswami says, Arjun Krishna, you're a strong man, help move Kishore. He's going to be a little heavier than Radharani. I says, no problem, Srila Gurud. I'd love to be able to have that service, that opportunity. So I went to lift Kishore up, and I said, Gurudev, this deity is so heavy. Kishore is so heavy. And he looked at me and he smiled. He says, what do you think, Arjun? When you pick up Krishna, you pick up the entire cosmic manifestation with him. I says, that's why he's so heavy. So we proceeded. We managed to get Kishore into his spot. And then I later remarked to my Gurudev, I says, thank you so much. These were the first deities I've ever seen. I accept, thank you for letting me move these deities, help install these, not install the deities, but move the deities. He says, you were the right person for this job. Kishore are very fond of you. I I said, wow, this is very enlivening. So at that time, I was reciting this story to Radhanath Maharaj and how I went to pick the deity up, and Tamal Krishna Goswami told me, when you pick up Krishna, you pick up the entire cosmic manifestation. At that time, he reached across the table and he gave me this ginormous hug again. He says, all glories to Kishore Kishori, all glories to the Chicago Yatra. And he just held me for a second, and I thought, oh man, I need a picture of this. And Nandini happened to be standing there. I says, Nandini, come on, take the picture. And Maharaj knew that I was, he was waiting, and he held me for an extra long time, just so I could get that picture. So I have that picture on my altar. But Radhanath Maharaj is the personification of a perfect devotee in every aspect. He has so many wonderful qualifications, which by his eagerness, Prabhupada endowed him with so many of these qualifications. Because in order to get the mercy of your guru, you've got to want it first and deserve it. So he showed so many different ways throughout his lifetime. I could sit here forever. I don't know Radhanath Maharaj on a real long term, but from the stories that I've read, the lectures I've heard, his personal association, you could go on and on talking about Radhanath Maharaj's accomplishments within ISKCON, and how he nurtures all his devotees, his disciples, and friends. I see him hugging. Giriraj Maharaj has this smile that's this big, and I call it the mile-long smile, and he thought that was pretty funny. Well, Radhanath Maharaj, I think he could get a title as the hugging guru. He's always hugging somebody in every picture. And I'm surprised he didn't get a picture of President Obama hugging him, but that didn't happen. He did meet President Obama, and so many other celebrities. So here, I'm grateful, I'm thankful, and I'm appreciative to be able to to be grateful and appreciative to be able to sit here and speak about such an incredible personality. And again, I can't emphasize this enough. To get the association of a pure devotee is the most important thing, because it automatically rubs off on you. You immediately get purified. Even if no words are said, just to see, to be near, to hear, and maybe get the dust of his lotus feet is the most beneficial thing that a disciple or a person or a devotee or an aspiring disciple could possibly attain. So, all glories to on this most auspicious day. All glories to you, Radhanath Maharaj, and please continue to give us your shelter. Thank you very much.
Hare Krishna. His Grace Arjun Krishna Prabhu ki jai. Thank you so much, Prabhu. Haribol. Haribol. Thank you so much, Prabhuji. As you were talking about the mile-long smile by Giriraj Maharaj, I thought that for Maharaj's laughter, we can call it the earthquake laughter, because he laughs something like this, So anyway, we're going to conclude. I'm going to request His Grace Vrindapati Prabhu to speak. After that, we've already prepared for the Pushpanjali. His Grace Nityanand Prabhuji will lead us in the Pushpanjali ceremony. Then there will be Artik, followed by a very sumptuous feast awaiting all of you. We'll do a quick vote of thanks towards the end on that. So.
Hare Krishna. So actually I was not scheduled to speak, but out of his kindness, he's giving me this opportunity. I'm not at all qualified to glorify Guru Maharaj. I haven't even understood the meaning of initiation yet. but we often hear the most exciting pastime of Jagai Madai from Maharaj. So maybe I am, in their generation of Jagai Madai, so fallen, always end up into problems. So some of the personal instructions which I have received from Maharaj, any new thing we start, we always end up into having problems. And Maharaj was always there. So he gave me the very first instruction was, stick to your marriage vow and be kind to your wife. So and I used to often laugh with Balram Prabhu. I have got such a simple instruction, I just have to be kind, but it's so difficult, right? So Maharaj gives some simple instructions, but it's a kind of lifelong journey, So whenever you get angry or you have to control, and you have to remember, Maharaj has asked, be kind to her. So then somehow one day I was standing in front of Srila Prabhupada in Boston, and I was remembering how Prabhupada started the whole moment. He came for the first time in Boston. And I always thought I never want to do preaching. But I was standing in front of him, and then I read one of his quote, like Prabhupada said, anyone can preach, even if you don't know, so he often give the example of a worker working at a British office, or and then how he explained the monkey destroyed the office, hoop hoop, and he just made some gestures and that's it. So somehow I got a thought, okay, let's try it. So I tried it, and for a couple of years I often used to face challenges. So again, Balram Prabhu, he insisted me, go, Maharaj is sitting there in Chicago. all devotees were there. And I said, everybody is there, I can't ask just like that, He said, no, you go and ask. I just went quickly, like how busy Maharaj gets when a lot of devotees are there. So, but it was also important for me. So I said, Maharaj, how to do proper preaching, Maharaj? So Maharaj said, with humility and integrity, and that's it. And then he looked at someone else. So I often felt like whenever we need Guru Maharaj, he's always there. But I could understand a little bit about humility, but I couldn't understand what's integrity. And I said, God, you only help me to understand integrity, And I was in Pune, and I was walking up to take Balaji's darshan, and I came across Radhesham Prabhu, and Radhesham Prabhu said, hey, Hari Bol, when did you come? And so I told him I was actually looking for your lecture. And he said, yeah, I'm giving a lecture today on integrity. Would you like to join? And I said, and again I realized, if you are seriously seeking for something, how Krishna and Guru, they help you. I will just end up with one more, and this is my favorite. This is somebody else's experience actually. Akrur Prabhu. I don't know how many of you know him, but he was my wife's counselor, and he was the one who made me to marry her. And that's a separate story I will tell sometime later. But so he, in his offering on Vyas Puja day, he told this story. So he said, like one day he was, after Sunday feast, he was walking out of the temple, and he saw Guru Maharaj walking in, and somehow he got a thought like, what if I get a chance to do oil massage to Guru Maharaj? And Radhanath Maharaj, he just looked into his eyes, and the moment he got the thought, the next statement was of Radhanath Maharaj, would you like to do oil massage? And he was kind of shocked. And he said, yes, Maharaj, I will. So Maharaj said, okay, come to my room. And then Maharaj took him to his room. And then he started the oil massage. Almost like 40 minutes passed away. And then suddenly he remembered, oh, I didn't tell my wife. And she must be waiting at the gate. And immediately Radhanath Maharaj said, your wife must be waiting for you outside. You must go now. Again, second time he got shocked. That anything he is thinking, without saying it, Maharaj can understand it. And so that always, a little bit scares me. So, so I always like to be somewhere, unseen. because I'm not at all a very pure-hearted person, so I don't want to open up my dirt in front of him. So I'll just end here. Of course, there are many things, but more later sometime. Hare Krishna. Thank you.
Prabhu. Thank you very much. Hari Bol. His Grace Vrindavati Prabhu ki jai. All right. Okay. So it's time to conclude. We would like to thank each and every one of you on behalf of all the disciples, aspiring disciples of His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj. We are extremely indebted to all of you to having come, first of all, to help us churn the nectar, to help us feel inspired, motivated, and to stay focused on the instructions of Guru. So we are very, very grateful to all of you. We seek the blessings of all the senior Vaishnavas assembled here, Prabhupada disciples, His Holiness Tamal Krishna Maharaj disciples, His Holiness Jai Pataka Maharaj, all of you. We want to sincerely beg at the lotus feet of each and every one of you to please allow us or please guide us, please inspire us. You all have very exemplary Guru Bhakti. Your dedication to your Gurus is unparalleled. We are here just to seek a drop of that ocean. We just want to emulate that the dedication to Guru from you also. Please keep us in your shelter. Please forgive us for any offenses that we might have done knowingly, unknowingly. And just continue to inspire us and engage us in the service of Shri Shri Radha Kalachandji and Gaur Nitai, Jagannath Balle Subhadra Ji, and our eternal Param Guru, His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Thank you very much. We would like to give a vote of appreciation to all the devotees. It's always a teamwork to be able to get together and have a program like this. It's a big list of cooks, but I just want all of you to when you go and enjoy the prasadam, you will do it anyways, but let's do it before in anticipation. Let's chant 3 times loudly Hari Bol to thank all the cooks who came together to cook this feast. Hari Bol! Hari Bol! Hari Bol! Thank you very, very much. And at this time, we request all of you to come forward. Mataji's KB can be on this side towards Prabhupada, and the Prabhu's on that side. His Grace Nityananda Prabhu will lead us into the Pushpanjali, and we'll get the flowers for you all. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Yep, Mataji's putting it. Get off the. Oh, sorry. Turn to make sure I don't hit those. Try and get behind here.
Side rather than
yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry. Thank you very much. Yeah, you can take it up. I'm holding this anyway. Just I need to get this thing closer to me. That's fine. That's good. Thank you. Take some to myself as well. Great, thank you. Hold this.
बाद में use it.
Please make sure you have some flowers for offering 9 times, so at least 9 petals in your hands. Huh? Yeah.
You got flowers.
Right, everybody has some flowers? So we'll get started. Please repeat after me. Om Jnana Timirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Sri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Jaina Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Sri Guroho Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Sri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanvitamscha Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pesthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschat Deshatarine Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Presthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Tinamine Shivarshabhanavi Devi Deitai Kripabdhe Krishna Sambandha Vijnana Daine Prabhave Namaha Madhurya Jwala Premadhya Shri Rupanuga Bhaktida Shri Gaur Karuna Shakti Vigrahaya Namostute Namaste Gauravani Shri Murte Dinatarine Rupanuga Viruddhapa Siddhanta Dhvantaharine Namo Gaur Kishoraya Sakshad Vairagya Murte Vipralambara Sambhode Padambujayate Namaha Namo Bhakti Vinodaya Satchidananda Namine Gaur Shakti Swarupaya Rupanuga Varayate Gauravir Bhava Bhumestvam Nirdeshta Sajjana Priyaha Vaishnava Sarvabhaumaha Shri Jagannathayate Namaha Vanchakalpa Tarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhya Vaishnavebhya Namo Namaha Namo Mahavadanyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namni Gaura Tushe Namaha Panchatatpatpakam Krishna Bhakta Rupa Swarupakam Bhaktavataram Bhaktakyam Namami Bhakta Shaktikam. Hey Krishna Karuna Sindhu Deenabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostate Jayatam Suruto Pangor Mama Mandamatir Gati Mat Sarvasva Padam Bhojo Radha Madana Mohano Divyad Brindaranya Kalpadramadaha Srimad Ratnagara Singhasanasto Srimad Radha Srila Govinda Deva Prasthali Bihi Sevyamanu Smarami Shriman Rasa Rasarambhi Bankshi Bata Tatastitaha Karshan Venusmanir Gopir Gopinath Shriyestunaha Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanusate Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Brinda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. So now we're going to do the pranam mantra for Maharaj, and I'll be saying Ish Pushpanjali 3 times after each pranam mantra. Each time I recite the pranam mantra, and again I'll do that 3 times. So we'll be offering the flowers, flower petals 9 times. So please don't throw all your flower petals at once. And also after each offering of the pranam mantra, we'll offer our obeisances to Maharaj, and then get up again and repeat that process 3 times. Okay? Thank you very much. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshthaya Bhutale Srimate Radhanatha Swami Niti Namine Esha Pushpanjali Esha Pushpanjali Esha Pushpanjali Jai Srila Radhanath Swami Maharaj Ki Jai. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshthaya Bhutale Srimate Radhanatha Swami Niti Namine Esha Pushpanjali Esha Pushpanjali Esha Pushpanjali Jai Srila Radhanath Swami Maharaj Srila Gurudev Ki Jai. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Peshtaya Bhutale Srimate Radhanatha Swami Niti Namine Esha Pushpanjali Esha Pushpanjali Esha Pushpanjali Jai His Divine Grace Srila Radhanath Swami Maharaj Srila Gurudeva Ki Srila Radhanath Swami Maharaj Avirbhav Mahatithi Ki Srila Radhanath Maharaj Swami Maharaj's Vyasa Puja Mahatsava Ki Jai Om Vishnupada Paramahansa Parivrajagacharya Astottara Sata Shri Shrimad His Divine Grace Srila Radhanath Swami Maharaj Srila Gurudeva Ki Nitai Gaur Premanande.
जय प्रभुपादा जय प्रभुपादा प्रभुपादा जय प्रभुपादा जय प्रभुपादा जय प्रभुपादा प्रभुपादा जय प्रभुपादा प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद ಸಂಸಾರದಾವ ನಲಲಿಧಲೋಕ ತ್ರಾಣಾಯ ಕಾರುಣ್ಯ ಘನ ಘನತ್ವಂ ತ್ರಾಣಾಯ ಸಂಸಾರದಾವ ನಲಲಿಧಲೋಕ ತ್ರಾಣಾಯ ಕಾರುಣ್ಯ ಘನ ಘನತ್ವಂ ತ್ರಾಣಾಯ प्राप्तस्य कल्याण गुणार्णवस्य वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्दम् प्राप्तस्य कल्याण गुणार्णवस्य वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्दम् महाप्रभो कीर्तन नृत्य गीता वादित्रमाद्यान् मनसोरसेन 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 रोमाञ्चकं पाश्रु तरङ्गभाजो वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्दां रोमाञ्चकं वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्दां रोमाञ्चकं पाश्रुतरङ्गभाजो वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्दां श्री विग्रहाराधन नित्यनाना शृङ्गारतन्मन्दिरमार्जनादो श्री विग्रहाराधन नित्यनाना शृङ्गारतन्मन्दिरमार्जनादो श्री विग्रहाराधन नित्यनाना शृङ्गारतन्मन्दिरमार्जनादो श्री विग्रहाराधन नित्यनाना शृङ्गारतन्मन्दिरमार्जनादो युक्तस्य भक्तां संयुञ्जतोऽपि वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्दां वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्दां युक्तस्य भक्तां संयुञ्जतोऽपि वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्दां चतुर्विधा श्री भगवत् प्रसादो स्वादान तृप्ति हरिभक्त संघा कृत्वैव तृप्तिं भजत सदैव वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्दां श्रीराधिका माधवयोरपारा माधुर्य लीला गुणरूपनाम्ना श्रीराधिका माधुर्य लीला प्रतिक्षणा स्वाधनलोलुपस्य वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्दां निकुञ्जयूनो रतिकेलिसिद्ध्यै यायालिभिर्युक्तिरापेक्षणीया निकुञ्जयूनो रतिकेलिसिद्ध्यै यायालिभिर्युक्ति आपेक्षणीया तत्र त्रिदाक्षात् अतिवल्लभस्य वन्दे गुरो श्री चरणारविन्दां साक्षाद्धरित्वेन समस्तशास्त्रैः युक्तस्तथा भव्यत एव सद्भिः किन्तु प्रभोर्य प्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणारविन्दाम् यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत् प्रसादो यस्य अप्रसादात् न गति कुतोऽपि यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत् प्रसादो यस्य अप्रसादात् न गति कुतोऽपि ध्यायान्स्तुवं तस्य यशस्त्रिसन्ध्यां वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणारविन्दाम् ध्यायान्स्तुवं तस्य यशस्त्रिसन्ध्यां वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणारविन्दाम् जयो गुरुदेवा जयो गुरुदेवा गुरुदेवा जय गुरुदेवा जय राधानाथ स्वामी महाराज राधानाथ स्वामी महाराज राधानाथ स्वामी महाराज जय राधानाथ स्वामी महाराज राधानाथ स्वामी महाराज जय जय प्रभुपदा 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 श्रील प्रभुपदा 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 प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते श्रीराधानाधा स्वामिनिति नामिने नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते श्रीराधानाधा स्वामिनिति नामिने नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्ता स्वामिनिति नामिने नमो विष्णुपादा एवरीबॉडी प्यार से गाइए कृष्णा पृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्ता स्वामिनिति नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेषा शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेषा शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभो नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभो नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौरभक्तवृन्दा श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभो नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौरभक्तवृन्दा श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभो नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैता गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंदा हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे प्यार से एवरीबॉडी हरे कृष्णा हरे राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम राम हरे हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे कृष्णा हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे कृष्णा हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे कृष्णा हरे 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 राम राम हरे हरे कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम राम
हरे कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे कृष्णा हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा
Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Gurudev Jaya Jaya Gurudev
Nitai Gaura Haribo Haribo Nitai Gaura Haribo Nitai Gaura Haribo Haribo Nitai Gaura Haribo
You sing.
Jaya Radhana Swami, Jaya Radhana Swami, Radhana Swami, Jaya Radhana Swami. Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Gurudev. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Gurudev. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Jai Gaur Premanande.
जय ओम विश्वपाद परमहंस प्रजाचार्य अष्टोत्तर श्रीमद अभय चरणारविंद भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी शिल प्रभुपाद की, इस्कॉन बिडी संस्थापक आचार्य शिल प्रभुपाद की। जय ओम विश्वपाद परमहंस प्रजाचार्य अष्टोत्तर श्रीमद भक्ति सिद्धांत सरस्वती गोस्वामी महाराज शिल प्रभुपाद की, शिल नामाचार्य शिल हरदास ठाकुर की। प्रेम से कहो जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौर भक्त वृंद की। श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोपीनाथ राधा कुंड श्याम कुंड गिरिवर्धन की, वृंदावन मथुरा धाम की, द्वारिका धाम की, नवदीप मायापुर धाम की, पुरुषोत्तम जगन्नाथ श्री धाम की, गंगा मई की, यमुना मई की, भक्ति देवी की, तुलसी देवी की, सामत गौर भक्त वृंद की, कलियुग पावन हरिनाम संकीर्तन की, हरे कृष्ण महामंत्र की, हिज होलीनेस राधानाथ महाराज व्यास पूजा की। All glories to assembled deities, all glories to assembled deities, all glories to assembled deities, all glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. Gaur Hari Bol. किंवा